The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by our chaplain, Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Holy God, our refuge and our protection, our shield and defense, into your hands we commend our nation's police force. Even as these men and women, our compatriots, place their lives on the line in service to their hometowns, their communities, their country, and this capital, we pray your Spirit be upon them. For their countless acts of dedication, selfless service, and heroism, for the 394 men and women whose names were added to the Law Enforcement Memorial this year, and for all who have gone above and beyond, paying the ultimate price so that we would enjoy security on our streets and in our cities, we are deeply indebted. We pray that you keep them safe as they step into the fray each day. We also ask that you enable them when they find themselves in volatile and complex environments that we can't even begin to fathom, to discern the precarious lines they walk between public protection and self-preservation, between skilled insight and rash judgment. Remind us, O God, whether in uniform or as common citizens, that you have given each of us full armor to guard us from the hazards of each day. May we be willing to put on the belt of truth, the breastplate of righteousness. May our feet, our whole selves, be equipped with a readiness that has prepared us to walk always the path of peace. It is in the strength of your name we pray. Amen.
Pursuant to Section 11A of House Resolution 188, the Journal of the Last Day's Proceedings is approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill. The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the The gentleman from New York seek recognition.
Madam Speaker, I rise to seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to mark the sad occasion of the passing of Rosemary Lawley of Williamsville, New York. Entering into her eternal rest a few short months ago, Mrs. Lawley was the matriarch of the Lawley family of Buffalo and Western New York and was loved by all those who came into her life, and she was a champion for those who had none. Born Rosemary O'Connor in South Buffalo, she was a graduate of Mount Mercy Academy and nursing school at Jewell College. Rosemary met the love of her life, Bill. Together they raised 6 children, who each continue in their footsteps, giving back generously to the Western New York community. Rosemary Lawley was one of a kind, a graceful, thoughtful woman whose commitment to faith, family, and community set examples for so many, and most particularly her grandchildren and her great-grandchildren. While her loss leaves an irreplaceable void at the top of the Lawley family, her legacy shines on through her family, through the many charitable works for which she is best known. I am honored to remember her on this beautiful day on the floor of the United States House of Representatives in this good and generous nation and the capital of the United States of America. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the retirement of John McAuliffe, a Central New York native, visionary, and driving force behind the Onondaga Lake cleanup effort. In 2002, McAuliffe was named program director for the Honeywell Company's $450 million cleanup of the lake, one of the most polluted sites in America caused by Honeywell's predecessor. McAuliffe tirelessly worked with federal and state environmental regulators and oversaw teams of engineers and technicians to clean up a lake laden with more than 165,000 pounds of mercury and other toxic substances. Today, the lake is a site of the Loop the Lake Trail as well as the Lakeview Amphitheater, a popular music venue, and hosts thousands of boaters, fishers, and nature enthusiasts each year. It has also become a favorite place for bald eagles, especially in the winter months. The lake has experienced an extraordinary revival due to John McAuliffe's remarkable vision and unwavering commitment. Central New York owes John a debt of gratitude for an enduring legacy of doing something that many thought was impossible. Happy retirement, John. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to recognize Military Appreciation Month. Serving in America's armed forces is one of the most courageous and selfless decisions citizens of this country can make. It is a decision we should never cease to honor and celebrate. Frequently, however, our active duty service members and their families do not receive the essential care and support they need and deserve. Force readiness is contingent on a service member's ability to be confident that their family is kept safe when they are called to serve. Too often we find these families aren't safe. They're living in homes with toxic mold and no recourse. They're drinking water poisoned by years of chemical dumps with no recourse. It is simply unacceptable. As a new member of the House Armed Service Committee, I will stand up to ensure that those who have so bravely defended our freedoms have access to the essential resources and support they need to thrive. Military families serve too, and it is time we recognize this and act to show them the appreciation they deserve. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the upcoming 100th birthday of Irma Roberts, probably the most famous high school librarian in the history of Memphis City schools. Irma Roberts was the librarian at White Station High School from 1963 to 1986. Aside from being the librarian, she was the school's student council sponsor. She planned the homecomings and directed the annual Queen of Clubs. Without a doubt, Irma Roberts had a great influence on my life and so many other students at White Station High School. She's truly an inspiration to a couple of generations of students at White Station High School. She was a tremendous educator. So to Dotson and Deanne and Dabney and Bob and Bill and Ryan, you all know how terrific your mother and grandmother is as a person. Now so does everyone else. Irma Roberts, congratulations on your 100th birthday. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
The beginning of this week, because of a routine inspection by the Department of Transportation in Arkansas, it was discovered that the Hernando de Soto Bridge that crosses the Mississippi River between Memphis and Arkansas had a major crack in a structural beam. As a result, that bridge, which carries 50,000 cars across it, much of America's commerce along I-40, is closed. And it may be closed for as much as months, not days or weeks, but months. The traffic is diverted to a 1949 bridge, the Memphis, Arkansas Bridge, which is currently serving the need, but it's difficult and it's causing traffic problems in Memphis. 700 barges are stopped on the Mississippi River, 370 going south and 330 going north, which cannot go under the bridge for fear that the bridge could fall and not support its own weight and damage the barges. I am calling on the Department of Transportation to get involved, to lend its expertise, to lend money and finances to get this bridge open. This is a national tragedy, and it shows why we need an infrastructure bill immediately. I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in celebration of National Police Week and to honor the brave men and women in blue who selflessly serve the law enforcement across our nation. I want to extend my sincere gratitude to the officers back in Central Arkansas, throughout the country, and right here in the U.S. Capitol who fearlessly defend our families and communities. Our communities could not run smoothly without the service and sacrifice that law enforcement officers make for us on a daily basis. The best way to ensure better community policing is to support our law enforcement agencies with the proper training, the proper funding that they need. I'll always support our law enforcement here in Washington, and I hope our country can bond where all our communities are proud, like me, to back the blue. Once again, I thank all of our dedicated officers in this important week, their sacrifices, and importantly, their families' sacrifice as they serve all of our families on a daily basis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to highlight a historic piece of the American Rescue Plan, the expanded child tax credit. Prior to this relief package, the child tax credit left behind 1/3 of all children because their parents earned too little to access the full benefit. The American Rescue Plan changed that by making the credit fully refundable, increasing the credit to $3,000 per child per year and $3,600 for kids under the age of 6, and providing the credit in monthly payments starting this July. This one-year expansion was a critical first step, but we must go further to rebuild our middle class. Children don't grow up in just 1 year or 5 years. We must make this expansion permanent. In Washington State, this is estimated to benefit 1.4 million children and reduce childhood poverty by 40%. I'll continue fighting to make the expansion permanent and provide all kids with a fair opportunity to succeed. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tuesday was a media alarm. The biased Washington Post reported accidentally in the state newspaper that, quote, Joe Biden's free spending could ignite inflation that would outstrip wage gains, end of quote. The president's $6 trillion spending spree of borrowing and taxing will burden the youth of America with debt and threaten the savings of older Americans with a worthless dollar. Already, the Post and Courier of Charleston reprinted how lumber costs in the average house have skyrocketed $36,000 this year, undermining home ownership. The Wall Street Journal revealed used cars have hit a record of over $25,000, which denies many the ability to purchase a car. The New York Stock Exchange suffered a staggering loss of nearly 500 points as inflation was clearly pushing by the outrageous spending schemes of President Biden destroying jobs. I appreciate the courageous leaders like Ambassador Nikki Haley standing up for America. She has sent me a symbol of the consequence of borrowing and taxing, which we see in Venezuela. The 100 Bolivar note now is worth less than a dime. In conclusion, God bless our troops, and we'll never forget September 11th and the global war on terrorism.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. I seek unanimous consent to address this House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This week, I was so proud to announce that $330 million from the American Rescue Plan is on its way to my district to keep frontline public workers on the payroll. That $50 million is coming to my district to help our colleges, universities, and their students recover from this horrible pandemic, and that advance monthly child tax credit payments, a tax cut for working families with children, stand to benefit 126,000 children in my district alone. These are more than just numbers on a page. They represent the promise of life returning to this country as part of the American Rescue Plan, which is to put checks back in pockets, to put people back in jobs, put the shots in the arms, and put our kids back in the schools. This is the American Rescue Plan, and it's working. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Iowa seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize a man from Iowa's 2nd Congressional District for his countless hours of service to our community. Recently, Wilson Elementary School principal and Polar Express frozen yogurt shop owner Jeff Hendred from my hometown of Ottumwa was awarded the President's Volunteer Service Award by the United Way of Wapello County. The Volunteer Service Award is given to honor individuals who have gone above and beyond to leave a positive impact in their community and for inspiring others to pay it forward through community service of their own. Jeff was instrumental in coordinating the annual celebration of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and has dedicated countless hours to the Emergency Youth Food Program. It is truly inspiring, and I am incredibly thankful to have Jeff in Ottumwa. With over 20 years of service in Ottumwa schools, Jeff has the important job of being a role model and teacher to hundreds of students, and his service to the Ottumwa community sets a great example for our next generation of community leaders. I could not be prouder to represent Jeff in Congress, his first congresswoman from Ottumwa, and to call him and his wife, Sandra, a friend. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of investing in our infrastructure with bold strokes and smart policy. We have a once-in-a-generation opportunity to provide mobility for all Americans. We must harness it. Making our economy more sustainable, productive, and fair means upgrading the way people from all backgrounds and zip codes access jobs, goods, and services. As a member of the Transportation Infrastructure Committee, I am working with my colleagues to expand access to reliable and convenient buses, provide grants for on-demand transit to fill transit deserts, and to build complete streets that ensure pedestrian safety, encourage the use of bicycles and other micromobility with protected lanes, and improve the handling of stormwater. Transportation is about bridges and ports and roads, yes, but it must foundationally be about connecting people to jobs and services across all modalities. I look forward to advancing these priorities in forthcoming legislation, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute, Mr. Speaker.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, the continuing attacks on Israeli civilians by Hamas militants in the Gaza Strip are a shocking reminder that Israel's very existence has been threatened throughout its 7 decades as a nation. We strongly condemn these attacks and the terror campaign being waged against our Israeli allies. As a sovereign country, Israel not only has the right, but the responsibility to protect its own citizens. No nation could be expected to withstand these assaults without acting in its own defense. And even in its military response, under constant threat of further attacks, with air raid sirens driving hundreds of thousands of Israelis to bomb shelter, Israel has shown remarkable restraint. Hamas has certainly not. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's government should have the full support of this Congress and this President as it works to end the waves of terror coming out of Gaza. As the Prime Minister said in this chamber 10 years ago, Israel is the one anchor of stability in the Middle East. Mr. Speaker, we must continue to stand shoulder to shoulder with Israel, united against all threats to its peace, stability, and its very existence. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Puerto Rico seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand with Israel, and today on National Police Week, I rise to recognize our municipal, state, and federal law enforcement officers in Puerto Rico and their commitment to public safety. I also rise to honor those brave officers from the island that lost their lives in the line of duty during the past year. From Puerto Rico Police Bureau, Captain Roberto Rodriguez Hernandez, Lieutenants Jose Garcia Vasquez, and Juan Rodriguez Padua, and Sergeants Miguel Martinez Ortiz, Ricardo Perez Ortiz, Mayra Rodriguez Burgado, Juan Ramirez Padilla, Luis Marrero Diaz, and Juan Rosado Lopez. From the Carolina Municipal State Police, Sergeants Eliezer Hernandez Cartagena and Luis Alaman Conde, we are eternally grateful to those officers who made the ultimate sacrifice while protecting their communities. Thank you. Let's back the blue. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, it's National Police Week. After serving in law enforcement for over 30 years, I can think of no better story to share today than the story of my family's more than 110 years of law enforcement service. It all started with my father, Edwin Nails, who, after returning home from Korea as the recipient of the Distinguished Service Cross, began serving with the Dodge County Sheriff's Office in the state of Wisconsin. He served for over 2 decades, starting as a traffic deputy and eventually working his way to serving as the elected sheriff, a position he held for 8 years. My older brother, Todd Nails, who served in the Dodge County Sheriff's Office for 34 years, serving more than 10 of those years as the elected sheriff. And my identical twin brother, Trevor Nails, served in law enforcement for over 30 years in Fort Bend County, Texas, starting in the early 90s. He just retired in March of this year after a successful career. I could not be more proud of my father and brother's service. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today because businesses are getting hammered by the destructive economic policies of the Biden administration. I just returned from my district in Florida where, despite an overall strong economy, local business owners are struggling to find employees. Whether it's our local builders association, manufacturers like Tampa Armature Works, food processors at Rolling Greens, hospitals, or my favorite restaurants, this problem exists across every business sector. It defies all principles of free market economics that we see help wanted signs in shop windows across America the same day the Biden administration posted one of the worst jobs reports in recent memory. And why is that? At a time when over 150 million Americans have received vaccinations and we're finally emerging from the pandemic, why is the economy going in the wrong direction at an accelerating rate? It's simple. Biden administration policies are incentivizing people to remain out of the workforce. Our government should be encouraging people to work, not implementing policies that jeopardize the livelihoods of Americans. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, we're at a crossroads coming out of this pandemic. We are either going to decide as a country whether we're going to move forward together or we're going to double down on the past and the bad economy. In the rescue package, 2.3 million Ohioan children will get $3,000 or $3,600 to stabilize themselves, to pull them out of poverty. And the Republicans said no. We had a pension reform in there. 40,000 Ohioans will now be made whole instead of losing half their pension. Republicans said no. We want to do infrastructure. Republicans said no. We want money to the state and local government for hazard pay. Republicans say no. Mr. Speaker, if we removed the word no from the vocabulary of the people of the United States, the Republicans would be speechless. I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for
Thank
1
you, Mr.
minute.
Speaker. I rise today to acknowledge the National Police Week. There's been 124 police officers killed in the line of duty this year, unfortunately, including 2 of my constituents. Deputy Michael Magley and Master Patrol Officer Jesse Madsen. I went to the funeral services of our heroes, Mr. Speaker, and shared the anguish of their loved ones. They leave behind a distinguished legacy of service and sacrifice that deserves to be honored. This week, I was proud to co-sponsor legislation that would increase penalties for crimes targeting law enforcement and strengthen funding for law enforcement programs. Law enforcement has faced unrelenting political attacks as part of the Defund the Police movement. This is a dangerous proposition that has already proven to leave communities less safe. I respect, of course, the service and sacrifices of our first responders, and I will continue to support them. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Sorry, Mr. Speaker. I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today during this National Police Week to honor and thank all men and women in blue who dutifully protect and serve our communities. Public safety is the most important factor in quality of life. In recent years, anti-police rhetoric and violence has increased dramatically. In 2020 alone, 128 police officers were fallen and died in the line of duty, one of the deadliest in history for law enforcement. Fully aware of these dangers, more than 800,000 brave police officers across America still faithfully put their lives on the line to protect each of us every day. That's 0.25%, protect all the rest. On Tuesday, I was honored to join police officers from Lebanon County in my district at a ceremony honoring officers who made the ultimate sacrifice. I thank Pierre Hess Graff, the Lebanon County District Attorney, for handling and running and emceeing the event. I joined many Republican colleagues this morning on a bike rally led by Leader McCarthy to the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial, where we honored our nation's fallen police officers. As the son of a police officer, Detective Stanley Muser, I know well the tremendous sacrifices our police officers and their loved ones make. This week and always, we all owe our police officers and their support all our support. I yield back. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from California, Ms. Waters, seek recognition?
Pursuant to House Resolution 380, I call up H.R. 2547, the Comprehensive Debt Collection Improvement Act, and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 10, H.R. 2547, a bill to expand and enhance consumer, student, service member, and small business protections with respect to debt collection practices and for other purposes.
Pursuant to House Resolution 380, the amendment in the nature of the substitute recommended by the Committee on Financial Services, printed in the bill, modified by the amendment printed in Part A of the House Report 117-29, is adopted, and the bill as amended is considered read. The bill, as amended, shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Financial Services. The gentlelady from California, Ms. Waters, and the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. McHenry, will each control 30 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from California, Ms. Waters.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days within which to revise and extend their remarks on H.R. 2547 and to insert extraneous material thereon.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of my legislation, H.R. 2547, the Comprehensive Debt Collection Improvement Act of H.R. 2547 is a package of bills designed to bring new protections, fairness, accuracy, and transparency to the debt collection industry. Individuals and families across this country have long struggled with debt, including medical debt, student loan debt, and other debts. And they often face difficult decisions regarding how to pay off their debts. During the pandemic crisis, which has harmed all of our communities, debt collectors have earned record profits. Their tactics are often divisive and predatory. Many debt collectors harass consumers with frequent phone calls, make threats, and provide misleading information to consumers. The debt collection industry is also plagued by poor record keeping, resulting in many consumers being harassed for debts they do not owe. Debt collection is among the top issues that the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau receives the most complaints about from consumers, and those complaints have risen since 2019. This bill, H.R. 2547, brings new accountability to the debt collection industry and stronger protections for consumers from harassment and abuse, including by banning abusive confessions of judgment that have hurt small businesses, prohibiting debt collectors from harassing and threatening service members, barring collection of medical debts from 2 years after the debt is incurred, prohibiting debt collectors from contacting consumers by email or text message without a consumer's affirmative consent, limiting egregious debt collection fees that have disproportionately hurt low-income and minority borrowers, and protecting consumers during a non-judicial foreclosure proceeding. Taken together, these protections will help the most vulnerable consumers, including service members, student borrowers, people of color, and those struggling under the weight of medical debt during this unprecedented pandemic. None of this is to say that people who owe lawful debts shouldn't pay them, but all Americans deserve to be free from harassment, undue pressure tactics, bullying, false information, threats, coercion, and other bad practices that debt collectors have used with relative impunity. The last time Congress made major updates to federal laws on debt collection was 1978, over 40 years ago. It's long overdue for Congress to act to provide stronger protections from abusive debt collection for consumers. This comprehensive package includes a number of bills authored by several hardworking members of the Financial Services Committee, specifically bills sponsored by Representatives Velasquez, Representative Dean, Representative Tlaib, Representative Presley, Representative Cleaver, Representative Meeks, and Representative Auchincloss. I would like to thank all of them for their work on these bills, their contributions to this legislative package, and their leadership on these important reforms that will provide desperately needed relief and protection to consumers. So, I would urge all of my colleagues to support this legislation. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Madam Chair, I rise in opposition to H.R. 2547. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. And let's just start off and just say, let's just call the bill what it is. It's another attempt by Democrats to socialize our financial system. Once again, the guise of consumer support, Democrats are trying to implement their long-held partisan priorities. That's what we've seen a lot of this Congress. Democrats are trying to sell H.R. 2547 to the American people as a necessary action to help families and small businesses hardest hit by the economic impacts of COVID-19. It's not. The truth is, this bill is just a redo of several partisan bills that we had from last Congress, pre-COVID. If there was any question as to whether or not Democrats viewed the pandemic as a, quote, tremendous opportunity to restructure things to fit their vision, end quote, this bill proves it. This bill is more about catering to progressive lobbyists and stakeholders who have long sought to tear down the pillars of our credit markets and financial system. First, It's clear progressives want to eliminate a fundamental part of our free market system, the belief that you should be paid for services provided in a timely manner. The fact is, limiting the ability of businesses and individuals to be repaid for their services already provided will not benefit anyone. This is especially true for small businesses who have been hardest hit, frankly, from the pandemic shutdowns. If enacted, this bill will also drive up the cost of credit for all borrowers, especially low-income borrowers, as well as limit their credit options. There are common-sense ways to update and improve the process for collecting payments and to modernize the credit reporting regime. This includes identifying ways to protect consumers and encourage them and their service providers or lenders to work out repayment plans. In fact, just last month, the entire House voted to support the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, Representative Dean's bill, to ensure that members of our military are not threatened with service-related consequences as they work to repay debts owed. That makes sense. It's a bipartisan bill, a great result. But the further you dig into this bill, the more problematic it gets. For example, this bill will actually make health care in this country more expensive and will limit the medical services provided to those who need it most. I don't think that's the intention, but that's in fact the impact. Make it more difficult for medical providers to seek payment for their services does not make them free, does not make the system less expensive. And excluding medical debt from an individual's credit report is not a way to support consumers or our healthcare providers who have been, frankly, the front lines of the COVID pandemic. I have a bill that allows medical debt that results from non-elective services to be protected and ensure that if it's repaid, it's eliminated from a consumer credit report's adverse actions. I think that bill makes sense, right? We should, if people repay their medical debt, I think that we should acknowledge that on credit reports. But if it's elective surgery or if it's perhaps something medically of their own choosing, I think they should have to pay for that. And if they don't pay for those services, it should be on their credit report. I think these things make sense. And I think there are ways that we can ensure we have accurate reporting. Accurate reporting and full repayment allows the credit markets to work smoothly and to accurately account for risk. This, in turn, allows the financial system to continue to provide low-cost credit to those who need it most. Democrats also want to undermine the CFPB's work to finalize its debt collection rule last fall. This rule was the result of more than 7 years of research, analysis, data collection, and it clarifies the allowable uses of modern communication technology. I think it's a proper update to these long-held consumer protection laws that we have on the books. This bill eliminates this positive step forward. This bill prohibits debt collectors from using 21st century methods of communication to reach consumers. That's insane. That's bad. That goes all against the whole movement post-COVID or in the midst of COVID, that we digitize our communication tools and enable people to do things more cheaply via technology. And so this bill includes stopping consumers from being contacted via email or text message without explicit prior consent. Consumers should be able to communicate about their payment options privately in the way they prefer. This bill eliminates that choice. Restricting options like that make it more difficult to contact consumers. It doesn't help anyone. Perhaps the consumer doesn't know that they missed the payment, and this bill would say you can't text them to let them know they missed their payment. That's absurd. I don't think that's the bill author's intent. I don't think it's, but that is the impact in the real market. So just to reiterate, limiting the ability of individuals and businesses to seek repayment for services provided will undermine the ability to underwrite and thereby increase the risk to the financial system. If you can't price for risk, you're going to have more risk. If we have more risk that is not appropriately priced, we will get bad outcomes in the financial system. This ultimately makes extending credit more expensive for all borrowers and may push the lowest income borrowers out of the system entirely. That's a bad result. That's not what we want. Either side of the aisle, we don't want that. This bill has that harmful impact. We all agree consumers who owe a debt should be treated with respect and dignity and not be subject to abusive or harassing behavior. The law already upholds this. This bill is a big government, anti-consumer, anti-small business solution in search of a problem. I urge my colleagues to oppose this bill and the harmful impacts herein. Yield back.
Does the gentleman reserve?
Oh, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from California is recognized.
I now yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Cleaver.
Gentleman from Missouri is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me first of all thank the Chairwoman Waters for including my legislation, my Debt Collection Improvement Act, into the Stop Debt Collection Abuse Act, which would, among other things, extend the protections in the Fair Debt Collection Practices Act to debt owed to a federal, state, territory, District of Columbia, and local government agency, and limit the excessive fees that debt collectors may charge. The Fair Debt Collection Practice Act was enacted in 1978 to eliminate abusive debt collection practices by debt collectors and to ensure that those debt collectors who refrain from using abusive debt collection practices were not competitively disadvantaged. Congress has found that the abundant evidence of the use of abusive, deceptive, and unfair debt collection practices by many debt collectors, and Congress expressly found that abusive debt collection practices contribute to social ills. Those findings are still true today. Unfortunately, when Congress enacted the Fair Debt Collection Act in 1978, it did not apply the law to debt collectors hired by federal government entities. As one witness before the Financial Services pointed out, extending the Fair Debt Collection Practices Act to debt collectors hired by the federal government entities is important because collection by or on behalf of the government is already unusually coercive as a result of the government's immense and unrivaled police power and other means of seizing citizens' assets. This title within the bill also ensures that fees from debt collectors working on behalf of the federal government cannot be unreasonable and requires a GAO to conduct a study into the use of the third-party debt collectors by state and local governments. This title within the bill is supported by more than 20 civil rights organizations and consumer rights groups across the nation. The Comprehensive Debt Collection Improvement Act before us is a timely piece of legislation. America's hard-working families, small businesses, and students deserve to be treated with respect, integrity, fairness, including those who owe debt to the federal government. Americans currently find themselves in greater debt than at any other time in history, including prior to the great financial crisis of 2008. The debt burden stands at approximately $14.56 trillion and includes all types of consumer secured and unsecured loans. No American should have to deal with abusive, predatory practices from debt collectors, especially when those debt collectors have been hired by the United States federal government. This bill strengthens consumer protections by rectifying loopholes in existing federal law that enables private companies hired by the federal government to unnecessarily harass individuals. If Congress is going to set up fair debt collection practices to hold the private sector accountable, the federal agency collecting a debt from consumers should be held to the same standard. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from California is recognized. The gentleman from California reserves. The gentlewoman from California reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Madam Chair, I yield to my friend and colleague, Mr. Davidson of Ohio, 3 minutes. That's what I do. Thanks.
The gentleman is recognized.
Out of practice here.
I thank the gentleman. Madam Speaker, I appreciate the surface level intentions of those who support this bill. Things like checking the abuse of the federal government's power. But this comprehensive package would leave both consumers and creditors worse off than they are today. Certainly there are elements that I do support, notably language from the Fair Debt Collection Practices for Service Members Act. I was proud to co-sponsor that particular bill when introduced by Ms. Dean from Pennsylvania, which passed the House last month. The Fair Debt Collection Practices for Service Members Act would ensure that debt collectors won't be able to threaten military service members with a reduction in rank or have their security clearances revoked. Frankly, it keeps our military focused on fighting and winning our wars instead of being co-opted into debt collection. But this is a truly partisan bill as packaged together, and it exemplifies what good work we can do when we work together in a bipartisan fashion to see some of the components of it, and what can be done to undermine that work when it's all put together in the final package that we have before us here today. Once I took a look and saw the rest of this bill, the excitement I had for the component that I do support, or components that I support, was quickly dissipated. Taken as a whole, this overwhelmingly partisan bill amounts to a direct attack on creditors and an indirect attack on consumers. This bill would distort credit histories by removing predictive information from credit reports, including medical debt. And while I recognize the implications that such information has on credit history, we must understand that removing predictive information only increases the cost of credit. When uncertainty is higher, it's priced into the cost for individuals as well as consumers with low or moderate income. Further, this bill restricts the ability of debt collectors to collect on unpaid debt. It does this by forbidding debt collectors from contacting consumers via simple communications, as my colleague Mr. McHenry was highlighting. And while I think we can all agree that debt collectors should be forbidden from carrying out abusive practices, we should certainly not forbid them from using traditional communication tools that are likely to succeed in contacting the person that owes the debt. Additionally, in October of 2020, the CFPB issued a rule to modernize debt collection practices, and this rule reflects the technical precision needed to ensure that both consumers and debt collectors are protected. Rather than tying the hands of debt collectors, like this bill does, we should push for consistency with that CFPB rule from last fall. In closing, I believe we should be clear on something. Consumers who owe a debt and businesses that are unable to collect the debt are both at a disadvantage when debt collectors are prohibited from contacting consumers. I urge opposition to this bill, and I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from California is recognized.
I now yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Velasquez.
The gentlelady from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Chairwoman Waters. I am a proud original co-sponsor of H.R. 2547 and rise in its strong support. This important legislation contains my bill, the Small Business Lending Fairness Act, that prohibits the use of a confession of judgment in commercial loans at the federal level. As chair of the House Small Business Committee, I understand better than most how the COVID-19 pandemic has restricted access to capital and forced the closure of many of America's small businesses. Unfortunately, some lenders and debt collectors are seeking to cash in on the pandemic. Whether it is a taxi driver in New York City pursuing the American dream or a small business owner trying to make payroll, predatory lenders and collectors have been targeting small businesses with loans that have excessively high interest rates and unfair and abusive terms, like a confession of judgment. Because cash flow is so vital to a business survival, many owners feel they have no choice but to sign away their rights to save their businesses and provide for their employees. By signing a confession of judgment, borrowers essentially waived their legal rights regarding any legal dispute that might arise. And if one does arise, the lender can unilaterally declare a default and take actions against the small business owner. Often, small business borrowers only find out about a judgment against them after the lender begins to seize bank accounts or other assets. While confessions of judgments have been banned at the federal level for consumer loans since 1985, these protections have not been extended to commercial loans. Passing this legislation here today will bring us one step closer to finally ending this abusive practice. I want to thank the chairwoman for including this important language in her bill, and I urge my colleagues to vote yes. I yield back.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. And I must say for the record that I believe the bill sponsors are of sincere purpose here. But I'm pointing out what I think are the deficiencies that we could have worked through in a bipartisan way if there was a goal to have a bipartisan outcome for this bill. And so while I oppose the bill, it's not for lack of ideas on this side on how to improve it and actually how to come up with something reasonable to help our people and update our technology and laws. Madam Chair, I'd like to yield to my colleague 2.5 minutes. To my colleague from Minnesota, the ranking member of the FinTech Task Force, Mr. Emmer.
The gentleman is recognized.
I thank my colleague for the time. Madam Speaker, I rise today in opposition to the Comprehensive Debt Collection Improvement Act, a partisan package of bills which threatens to limit access to credit and other financial products that Americans from all walks of life rely on. Simply put, this legislation undermines the collections process, the very system that ensures that Americans can access credit in the first place. Without a collections process, consumers' ability to obtain credit cards or other forms of credit would be restricted, and in many cases, limited to a cash-only basis. If adopted, this bill will limit Americans' options and weaken our standard of living, a standard that every American deserves. I urge my colleagues to oppose this misguided partisan legislation and instead support policies that expand financial inclusion, strengthen our system of credit, and support the businesses that fuel our economy. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from California is recognized.
I now yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Presley.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of the Comprehensive Debt Collection Improvement Act, which includes my bill, and I thank the chairwoman for that, the Ending Debt Collection Harassment Act. Like many, my mother took pride in paying her bills and paying them on time. But after several life-disruptive events, the death of an immediate family member, a layoff, and a mandatory surgery, there came a point where she could no longer afford it. No matter how hard she worked, we owed everyone, the utility company, the landlord, the bank, and we were frequently harassed by debt collectors. Our story is the story of millions of families. Due to poverty wages, a lack of affordable health care, the absence of paid leave, and other policy failures, which push working people to the margins, millions of people in America are forced to take on significant debt to survive. This is especially true during times of crisis, and debt collectors prey on that reality. They are making record profits during a pandemic using aggressive tactics to scare and to exploit people. Consumer complaints of shaming tactics, of intimidation, of harassment, especially from our elders, continue to rise year after year. This bill provides the needed protection from mistreatment and harassment. I urge my colleagues to vote yes. Thank you, and I yield.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to yield to my colleague from Wisconsin, Mr. Stile, for 3 minutes for the purposes of debate.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you very much. I thank my colleague from North Carolina. I rise in opposition to this act. The American Families' Access to Affordable Loans depends on ensuring financial institutions have accurate credit history and can collect debts. The bill undermines both of those core requirements of our financial system. And by making it harder for lenders to learn about borrowers and collect these unpaid loans, the bill will actually end up reducing access to credit and increasing prices. I'm going to repeat that. It's actually going to end up reducing access to credit and is going to increase prices. In other words, the bill before us today will actually hurt the very people it's intended to help. I think that's a really critical point here. By actually implementing this bill, what we're going to do is see higher prices, make it more difficult for individuals to obtain loans, and actually hurt those people that this bill is intended to help. I want more American families to have responsible access to the loans they need to be able to achieve their dreams. As anyone who's bought a home or a car or started a small business knows, access to affordable credit can be a critical lifeline. But unfortunately, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, and in this bill in particular, they think that sometimes they know best. And this bill, as a result, will actually hurt American families. It will hurt small businesses. It will hurt the financial stability of our financial system. And I urge my colleagues to oppose this legislation. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
I now yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Auchincloss.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Chair, Congress passed the American Rescue Plan in a tremendous investment to support millions of workers without a paycheck and behind on bills. As we begin work to build back a stronger economy post-pandemic, we must ensure that consumers are protected from bad faith debt collectors. The Fair Debt Collection Practices Act was enacted in 1977, almost 45 years ago. Since then, much has changed, including the way we communicate, how we purchase goods, and the credit products we use. Chairwoman Waters' bill, the Comprehensive Debt Collection Improvement Act, provides much-needed updates to the FDCPA to fit the needs of consumers today, not in 1977. This legislation includes my bill, the Non-Judicial Foreclosure Debt Collection Clarification Act, which closes the gap in the FDCPA so that homeowners facing non-judicial foreclosure proceedings are protected under the law. The FDCPA sets standards for the way that debt collectors interact with consumers to protect their rights and their privacy. This includes ensuring that debtors aren't paying more than they owe, that their debt information won't be shared with their boss, and that they will not be harassed by collectors. These protections should not be limited to foreclosure proceedings that take place in a courtroom. The legislation we are considering today includes other necessary consumer protection bills, like Congresswoman Dean's Fair Debt Collection Practices for Service Members Act, which would prohibit debt collectors from threatening a service member's rank to collect a debt. Congresswoman Presley's bill, the Ending Debt Collection Harassment Act, would prohibit debt collectors from contacting consumers electronically without consent. We cannot rebuild an economy that works for everyone without protecting consumers. Making sure borrowers are treated with dignity and protected from unwanted and unnecessary practices is an important step to ensuring economic fairness moving forward. I am proud to support the bill, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. I yield back.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentlelady from Missouri is recognized.
I reserve.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentlelady from California is recognized.
I now yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, Ms. Dean.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 2547. First, I would like to thank and lift up Chairwoman Waters for bringing up and authoring this important package, H.R. 2547, the Comprehensive Debt Collection Improvement Act, and for including 2 of my bills in this legislation. We must work to ensure that debt collection is fair, transparent, and free from harassment. One of my 2 bills is in this package. It's the Fair Debt Collection Practices for Service Members Act. It will protect our heroes from unfair and aggressive debt harassment. These debt collection practices are manipulative and can interfere with soldiers' careers, like contacting their superior officers or threatening a rank reduction. And unfortunately, these practices do not stop with a service member. Debt collectors also target military spouses, unfairly burdening our military families who have sacrificed so much. The language in this bill will specifically prohibit debt collectors from conveying any threat to a service member or his or her dependents to have his or her rank reduced, their security clearance revoked, or prosecution occur under the Uniform Military Justice Code. These tactics must stop. Our service members, men and women, must make extraordinary sacrifices on our behalf. I thank all the veterans and service members who work in my office, Tim, Dave, Timmy, and my own two brothers who have fought to protect our country. And I recognize and appreciate the bipartisan support for this bill. My second bill in this package was written to correct an unfair practice a constituent brought to our office's attention. A constituent reached out for help getting a private student loan discharged because her daughter had become completely and totally permanently disabled. The mother was left with the remaining balance of the daughter's private student loans as a cosigner. The lending company said it was their policy to forgive the debt for the borrower, but not for the cosigner of the original agreement. Further research by my office staff revealed there was no legal operating standard for discharging private student loans for cosigners after a permanent and total disability. This is wrong. No one can anticipate permanent disability, and we should work to decrease the burden that these people and their families face, which is what the Private Loan Disability Discharge Act will accomplish. This legislation will require private student loan lenders to discharge the loan balance for both the borrower and the cosigner if the borrower becomes totally and permanently disabled. This bill does not punish private lenders. It ensures all lenders are following the same rules. Both of these bills are about fairness and respect to the lender and consumer, following the spirit of the entire Comprehensive Debt Collection Improvement Act. This bill will protect service members, small and minority-owned businesses, student loan borrowers, those with disability, medical debt, and more. This package will place consumers and people first. Again, I thank Chairwoman Waters for her leadership, and I urge all of our colleagues to join me in supporting this important consumer and constituent protection legislation. I yield back.
The gentlelady from California reserves. The gentlelady from Missouri is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I continue to reserve.
Gentlelady from California is recognized.
I now yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib.
Gentlelady from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you. This bill is critically important to our families across the country. I am proud that this bill includes a provision that I have introduced the past 2 sessions of Congress, the Consumers Protections for Medical Debt Collection Act. Nearly 20% of adults have 1 or more medical debt collections listed on their credit report. That means 1 in 5 of our neighbors across the country may be denied housing, transportation, or other necessities because of sudden health crisis or a visit to the emergency room. That hits particularly hard in communities like mine, where residents already face so many challenges with access to credit. Treating medical debt the same as other debt is just not right. It leads to irreparable harm to residents who simply just needed health and medical care. Medical debt is the leading cause of personal bankruptcy in our country, and the pandemic has only made the medical debt crisis worse. 2.5 million people saw medical debt enter collections since the pandemic began, totaling $2.2 billion in medical debt. H.R. 2547 will provide protections and safeguards to our neighbors who, no fault of their own, got sick and could not afford the medical care due to the broken healthcare system. This bill will prevent the collection of medical debt for 2 years from the date of medical billing, prohibits credit agencies from reporting all medical collections for a year. Medical bills and reimbursements are often vague and confusing, and so this gives our neighbors time to figure out what they actually do owe. So finally, this bill would ban medical debt from a medically necessary procedure from ever appearing on your credit report. No one chooses to get sick. Undergoing a medically necessary procedure should never haunt someone financially. It has no place on our credit reports. I thank Chairwoman Waters for her leadership on this vital legislation, and I urge my colleagues to support it. I yield back.
Gentlelady from California reserves. The gentlelady from Missouri is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I continue to reserve.
Gentlelady from California is recognized.
I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As a practitioner, I rise. Having practiced law, I saw firsthand how predatory debt collection works. I know of the threats to get persons demoted. I know of the threats to cause people to lose their jobs. I know of the many, many threats to cause people to go to jail if they didn't pay a debt. This is unlawful. It ought not happen, but it does. We know that there's no debtor's prison in this country, but people still threaten people with going to jail if they don't pay debts. Yes, service members ought to be protected. I stand for them. But I also stand with the hard-working Americans who, through no fault of their own, will sometimes find themselves owing debts. This must pass. I support 2547, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady from California reserves. The gentlelady from Missouri is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I continue to reserve.
Gentlelady from California is recognized.
I now yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Georgia, Ms. Williams.
The gentlelady from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of Chair Waters' Comprehensive Debt Collection Improvement Act and amendments that I've been able to make to the bill. Our work in Congress must focus on how to make life better for the most marginalized in our communities, and this bill centers that goal by ensuring fair debt collection and consumer protection. Today, I'm offering 2 amendments to further advance that work. Currently, a borrower's credit score isn't negatively affected if they miss a federal student loan payment during the pandemic. This protection was made possible with bipartisan support. It's time that we extend the same protection to private student loan borrowers, and I'm happy to have partnered with Congresswoman Alma Adams to advance an amendment that does just that. I also authored an amendment that commissions a report to analyze racial disparities in debt collection practices and recommend solutions. Additional study in this area will help us ensure greater equity going forward. I urge my colleagues to support these amendments and the overall bill before us today. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlelady from California reserves. The gentlelady from Missouri is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, may I inquire of Chairman Waters how many speakers she has left?
No further speakers.
I have no other speakers.
Are you prepared to close?
I reserve the right to close.
Thank you.
The gentlelady from Missouri is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield myself the balance of my time and urge my colleagues to oppose H.R. 2547. This bill is misguided. It will not improve debt collection or credit reporting, but will instead harm consumers and small businesses. This bill will make extending credit more expensive for everyone, especially lower-income borrowers with thin or no credit files and who need it the most. This bill is yet another giveaway to progressives who want to eliminate the core foundation of our credit market and financial system. I urge my colleagues to vote no on H.R. 2547, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentlelady from California is recognized.
May I inquire as to how much time we have left?
He has 10.5 minutes remaining.
I beg your pardon?
10.5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, this bill provides urgently needed protections to individuals and families from unfair and abusive debt collection practices. Consumers should not have to face harassment or threats from abusive debt collectors, especially in the midst of this unprecedented pandemic. It is long overdue for Congress to bring new accountability to the debt collection industry. Because of the strong protections the bill creates for consumers, the Comprehensive Debt Collection Improvement Act is supported by more than 85 consumer, civil rights, and small businesses organizations, including Americans for Financial Center for Responsible Lending, Color of Change, the Leadership Conference on Civil and Human Rights, National Consumer Law Center, New York Taxi Workers Alliance, Public Citizen, Small Business Majority, and Student Bars Protection Center. Mr. Speaker and members, you have heard the debate and the discussion on this bill today. And my colleagues on the opposite side of the aisle had tried in their presentation to have the people listening to this debate believe that the bill will hurt consumers. That is absolutely not true. My friends on the opposite side of the aisle seem more interested in protecting the debt collectors. As I mentioned, we are in the midst still of a pandemic. Many of our consumers have been laid off from their jobs. Some businesses have closed down. Americans like to pay their bills. They want to pay their bills. If they cannot pay their bills, we should not have debt collectors who are harassing them, calling the commanders of service officers, threaten to have them penalized in some way, using all of the different platforms to harass. One of the members on the opposite side of the aisle tried to make us believe that somehow we're saying you can't use any of the platforms on the internet. We're not saying that. We're saying don't misuse them, don't abuse them. And we're saying that this is about the members of Congress who are sent here to represent their constituents, being able to represent them at one of the most important times in this economy. And so I would ask all of the members, despite what you've heard from the opposite side of the aisle, to rise to this occasion and show our consumers we care about them and we do not want them to be harassed and abused. These predatory debt collectors must stop the way that they are harassing our consumers and work with them. They should be doing workouts. If you can't pay $50 a month, you can have a workout that says you can pay $10 a month or $15 a month on your debt. And of course, the predatory debt collectors can do this if they wish. One of the things you must understand is they have earned more in profits during this pandemic than any other time in recent years. And so they are gouging, they are harassing, needlessly so. I would ask the members of Congress to please join us and vote aye on this very important legislation. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields back. All time for debate has expired. Each further amendment printed in Part B of House Report 117-29, not earlier considered as part of the amendments in block pursuant to Section 3 of House Resolution 380, shall be considered only in the order printed in the report. May be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for a time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent. May be withdrawn by the proponent at any time before the question is put thereon, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of question. It shall be in order at any time for the chair of the Committee on Financial Services or her designee to offer amendments en bloc consisting of further amendments printed in Part B of the House Report 117-29, not earlier disposed of. Amendments en bloc shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for 20 minutes, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Financial Services or their respective designees, shall not be subject to an amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. For what purpose does the gentlelady from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Section 3 of House Resolution 380, I offer amendments en bloc number 1.
The clerk will designate the amendments en bloc.
On block number 1, consisting of amendments numbered 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 10, 11, 12, 13, and 14, printed in Part B of House Report number 117-29, offered by Ms. Waters of California.
Pursuant to House Resolution 380, the gentlelady from California, Ms. Waters, and the gentlewoman from Missouri, Mrs. Wagner, each will control 10 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlelady from California.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the amendments en bloc and yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of this set of amendments that will strengthen the protections in my bill, H.R. 2547, the Comprehensive Debt Collection Improvement Act. I would like to thank Representatives Adams, Bonamici, Bauman, Bush, Cohen, Craig, Newman, Ocasio-Cortez, Omar, Payne, Ross, and Williams for their work on their amendments to improve the bill and provide additional protections for consumers. These amendments would create a consumer bill of rights against abusive debt collection practices, putting in plain language what debt collection protections and remedies in a consumer has. Require CFPB strategy to use their enforcement and other tools to combat abusive debt collection during the pandemic. Study racial disparities in debt collection and develop solutions to address these disparities. Several amendments would also help students by providing private student loan borrowers with the same credit reporting protections that federal student loan borrowers have during the pandemic, releasing cosigners in the event of the death of a private student loan borrower, regardless of when that debt occurred, studying practices and additional reforms to better protect private student loan borrowers. Finally, these amendments address new forms of communication, specifically prohibiting debt collectors from harassing a consumer on social media and studying electronic communications and developing recommendations to further protect consumers from harassment. Together, these amendments will protect our constituents from abusive debt collectors, so I urge members to vote yes, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. The gentlelady from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I claim the time in opposition, and I am opposed to this en blanc. Mr. Chairman, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlelady is recognized.
There is no doubt that people are hurting. There is no doubt that many Americans continue to feel the weight of the pandemic in their daily lives. Yet, Republicans know that preventing individuals, businesses from being paid for services rendered will not help those individuals and families who need it the most. This bill will not benefit consumers or businesses, particularly those small businesses that are the backbone of our economy. In fact, if enacted, this bill and the amendments will drive up the costs for all borrowers and will make credit less accessible to the borrowers who need it the most. Many of these amendments were not even considered during markup and could result in unintended consequences and conflict with existing law and regulations. For example, this en blanc makes it harder to collect on payment for services. It creates more confusion. This en blanc requires duplicative actions and is in conflict with current CFPB rules. This results in consumers receiving varying and inconsistent information. It also imposes specific requirements on the process and content of legal actions, some in direct conflict with existing laws and court procedures. All of these have potential consequences and deserve to be debated through regular order, not in the 11th hour on the floor. This en blanc continues the Democrats' goal of bringing all student loan borrowers under the federal student loan portfolio, this time under the guise of COVID relief. In expanding the federal student loan profile, this en blanc fails to address the underlying issues related to the federal student loan debt crisis, which was already exacerbated by the Democrats' goal of nationalizing student lending in 2010. This en blanc fails to recognize the success of the private student loan market, and approximately 98% of student loans are repaid in the private market. This en blanc continues to ignore the work that the CFPB did when it finalized its debt collection rule last fall. This final rule reflects more than 7 years of research and analysis and clarifies the allowable uses of modern communication technology. This en blanc prohibits debt collectors from contacting consumers by email or text message without explicit prior consent from the consumer. Under this amendment, social media messages are also prohibited. This approach ignores the fact that the final rule allows consumers to opt out of specific means of communications used by debt collectors. Republicans believe that consumers should be able to communicate about their payment options privately and using the methods that they want to communicate. This is yet another example of Democrats attempting to hamstring the ability to modernize the regulatory framework to account for modern technology and consumer preference. Finally, this en blanc requires the CFPB to produce a prescriptive report on the debt collection process. The CFPB, in consultation with the FTC, already issues an annual oversight report on debt collection, which includes data on consumer complaints and enforcement actions. The point is, constraining debt collection will undermine the underwriting system and increase risk to the financial system. This ultimately makes extending credit more expensive for all borrowers and may exclude the lowest income borrowers entirely. There are common sense ways to update and improve the process for debt collection and credit reporting. Republicans believe that consumers who owe a debt should be treated with respect and dignity and are not subjected to abusive or harassing behaviors. While there are common sense ways to update and improve the debt collection process, the law already upholds this notion. Mr. Chairman, this en blanc is another partisan wish list of progressive policies in search of a problem. I urge my colleagues to oppose this en blanc, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves, and the gentlelady from California is recognized.
I now yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Bonamici.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this en bloc amendment. I've done financial counseling for low-income clients at Legal Aid and learned firsthand that people don't struggle by choice. I was an attorney at the Federal Trade Commission, where my work involved enforcing the Fair Debt Collection Practices Act. I've seen how predatory debt collection tactics hurt our families and our communities. Consumers face harassment at home and at work. They frequently get misinformation about debts they might not even legally owe. The problems around debt collection are pervasive. Data from the Urban Institute shows that 68 million Americans had a debt in collection before the pandemic, and most consumers sued by collection agencies don't have legal representation. My amendment will update the law so consumers get advance notice of legal action against them and accurate details about what they legally owe. Strengthening protections for consumers will help individuals and families get through this economic crisis and beyond. I encourage all of my colleagues to support the en bloc amendment and the underlying bill. I thank Chairwoman Waters and Chairman Perlmutter for their leadership, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady from California reserves. Gentlelady from Missouri is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I continue to reserve.
Gentlelady from California is recognized.
I now yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Missouri, Ms. Bush.
Gentlelady from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chairman Waters, for you and the committee's leadership on this bill. St. Louis and I rise today in support of the Comprehensive Debt Collection Improvement Act, critical legislation that would enhance debt collection protections for consumers, students, service members, and small businesses. This pandemic has devastated Black and brown communities like mine in St. Louis. As someone who was uninsured during this pandemic, got sick, and is still struggling with those medical bills, I know the hardship faced every day by people across this country. My amendment to this bill would require the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau to present a report to Congress that analyzes debt collection practices using consumer complaint data. Debt collectors should not be able to call, email, text you to the point of harassment. Your medical debt should not be reported on your credit, especially in the wake of a global pandemic. The CFPB has an obligation to protect our seniors, protect our frontline workers, protect our service workers, and protect our families by developing tools to combat predatory debt collection practices. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady from California reserves. Gentlelady from Missouri is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I continue to reserve.
Gentlelady from California is recognized.
I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Baumann.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chairwoman. 80% of Americans have debt, and we punish people for it. But the shame should actually be on policies that incentivize debt and predatory behavior in debt collection. The lack of protections in place for borrowers is a reflection of those harmful policies. Debt collectors today can use virtually any means available to harass borrowers, even in the middle of a global pandemic that has taken nearly 600,000 American lives, increased unemployment, and left millions unsure of how they'll put food on the table. Debt collectors can call you, email you, text you, and even contact you on social media. My amendment will help rein in this endless harassment by prohibiting collectors from contacting borrowers on social media without explicit permission. While there is still more work to be done on this front, this is an important place to start, and I encourage my colleagues to support the amendment. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady from California reserves. Gentlelady from Missouri is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, may I inquire of Chairman Waters how many more speakers she has?
Mr. Who? I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Cohen.
Does
members do you have to speak?
What did she say? We have 2 more members waiting to speak. We have 2 more members who are waiting to speak.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank Chairwoman Waters for her work on this important bill and for helping with my amendment to be included therein. The amendment that I have is co-sponsored by Representative Ocasio-Cortez and Bonamici. It adds a section to the law that says if you've got a debt that is beyond the statute of limitations, that debt collection companies can't go after you. There's a statute of limitations because sometimes over a period of time, the facts become kind of vague in people's minds, and so the proof isn't strong. And they want to make sure that this could be a appropriate subject matter for a court case. And also sometimes debts are sold and debt collection agencies buy them and they really don't know the facts, the amounts, and all of that. So if a debt is over the statute, this prohibits the debt collectors from going after someone. I think I found this about 8 years ago in an AARP magazine, which I read and they said how awful this was, and I thought it was too. It took 8 years to get it here because it took a Democratic team to bring it to the fore to look out for debtors. I appreciate all the support we've got and my co-sponsors, and I hope we pass the bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady from California reserves. Gentlelady from Missouri is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I continue to reserve.
Gentlelady from California is recognized.
I now yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Minnesota, Ms. Craig.
The gentlelady from Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you, Chairwoman Waters, for yielding and for including my amendment in this en bloc. Years ago, a bright and talented young man from Eagan named Ryan Frasconi took out student loans to enroll in classes at Metro State University. Ryan studied engineering. He was a kind, engaging, and hardworking young man. But in 2013, Ryan passed away. one of thousands who have tragically fallen victim to the opioid epidemic plaguing this nation. In the midst of that tragedy, I'm sure student loans were the last thing on his parents, Julie and Mark's, minds. But to this day, 8 years after losing their son, Ryan, his parents must still write a check every month to pay for his student loans. I think we can all agree that the last thing that any American parent should have to undergo is a monthly reminder of such tragedy and loss in the form of a student loan payment. Today, we have an opportunity to right that wrong with this amendment. Please join me in supporting the Ryan Frasconi Memorial Student Loan Relief Act. And to Mark and Julie, I want to say to you, on the anniversary of his death this week, we are going to make this right in this country. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlelady from California reserves. The gentlelady from Missouri is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, is the gentlelady from California prepared to close? Then I will reserve.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentlelady from California is recognized.
I will now yield myself the balance of my time.
Gentlelady is recognized.
These amendments offered by our colleagues make H.R. 2547 even stronger for our constituents who deserve to be treated fairly. I would like to again thank Representatives Adams, Bonamici, Bauman, Bush, Cohen, Craig, Newman, Ocasio-Cortez, Omar, Payne, Ross, and Williams for their work on these amendments to H.R. 2547. I urge my colleagues to support these amendments, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields. The gentlelady from Missouri is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield myself the balance of my time.
Gentlelady is recognized.
And I urge my colleagues to oppose this en blanc. This en blanc will not improve debt collection or credit reporting, but will instead harm consumers and small businesses. It will make extending credit more expensive for everyone, especially lower-income borrowers with thin or no credit files and who need it the most. The intent is clear. The Democrats want to eliminate the core foundation of our credit market and financial system. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this en blanc, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. Pursuant to House Resolution 380, the previous question is ordered on the amendment en bloc offered by the gentlelady from California. The question on the amendment en bloc. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady from Missouri is recognized.
I ask for a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Section 3S of the House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. For what purpose does the gentlelady from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Section 3 of House Resolution 380, I offer amendments en bloc number 2.
Clerk will designate the amendments en bloc.
En bloc number 2, consisting of amendments numbered 4 and 8, printed in Part B of House Report number 117-29, offered by Ms. Waters of California.
Pursuant to the House Resolution 380, the gentlelady from California, Ms. Waters, and the gentlewoman from Missouri, Mrs. Wagner, each will control 10 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlelady from California.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume. I rise in opposition to the amendments offered by Representatives Lukemeyer and Burgess. Representative Burgess' amendment does not provide any new protections for low-income consumers or consumers with no credit or poor credit history. Instead, this is an attempt to prevent my bill, H.R. 2547, from being implemented at all. Under the guise of a certification standard, Mr. Burgess' amendment would create a legal loophole for unscrupulous debt collectors to challenge and potentially block not just some, but all of the protections included in this bill for service members, student borrowers, borrowers with a medical debt, and so many more. This is not a serious attempt to have low-income borrowers. It is an attempt to protect debt collectors who are making record profits from this and during this pandemic. I do not support this poison pill amendment. Representatives Luetkemeier's amendment to study and delay misses the mark on what is needed to protect consumers from the harm of ongoing unfair debt collection practices. Copious research has been shown that debt collection, harassment, and mistreatment have created undue stress and financial burdens on consumers, especially for low-income people and in communities of color. My bill does not restrict debt collection, but rather ensures consumer protection for those who are facing harassment or other abusive tactics used by debt collectors. Millions of consumers are still struggling to make ends meet during this tragic public health pandemic. Instead of considering the amount of stress consumers feel when they get sick, need medical care, and face harassment from a debt collector, Mr. Luetkemeier's amendment would commission a study and delay implementation of my bill by a full year. H.R. 2547 would already provide the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau with a sensible 6-month implementation period during which the Bureau can give all stakeholders guidance on how to comply. And so I urge my colleagues to oppose both of these amendments, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. The gentlelady from Missouri is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I claim the time in opposition, but I am not opposed to this en bloc. I yield
Gentlelady is
myself
recognized.
such time as I may consume.
Gentlelady is recognized.
These amendments will ensure that we know the true consequences of this bill before it is enacted into law. These amendments direct the Treasury Department and the GAO to separately study the impacts this bill will have on low to moderate income, minority, and thin or no credit file consumers. Payment for services rendered is a fundamental premise of our free market system. Republicans understand this concept and work hard to ensure legislation does not cut off access to credit or price large swaths of Americans out of the consumer credit market. Moreover, we should not be limiting small businesses' ability to collect payments at any time, but especially when they are already hurting from the pandemic-related shutdowns. The point is, constraining debt collection will undermine the underwriting system and increase risk to the financial system. This ultimately makes extending credit more expensive for all borrowers and may exclude the lowest income borrowers entirely. There is bipartisan consensus that a consumer who owes a debt should be treated with respect and dignity and not be subjected to abusive or harassing behavior. The law already upholds this notion. I urge my colleagues to support this en bloc, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. The gentlelady from California is recognized.
I now yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee.
The gentlelady from Texas is recognized.
Let me thank the chairwoman, gentlewoman from California. This is a stupendous effort, and I did not want to miss the opportunity to speak on behalf of my constituents. For debt blocks you from living your life as a family, as a recent college graduate, as a veteran, as an enlisted person. All of these people are in my congressional district. Texas has the highest number of military personnel. Have you ever had them come into your house, into your office? Sometimes it's like my house because I live there, almost, and tell you about the inability to access credit, the eviction notice, the repossessing of the car, and therefore impacting on their credit, but more importantly, being threatened to lose benefits by outside debt collectors. And so the legislation here, and might I rise to oppose the amendments that are on block at this time, but I thought it was important to be able to discuss the importance of this particular combination of legislation that goes to the very needs and hearts of our district by prohibiting the use of confessions of judgment as an unfair credit practice and providing the opportunity, as I said, to ensure that we're protecting those individuals that are military. According to the CFPB, in the past year, debt collection accounted for 27% of all complaints received, 49% of which were for attempts to collect a debt not owed. During COVID-19, people suffered economically. For example, in April 2020, Kate Buswain, Texas resident and grandmother of 3, had been laid off work due to the pandemic. Her savings account had held a $4,900 tax refund, but when she checked her account, it showed a negative balance. Ms. Boatswain drove to a credit union to find out what happened, only to be told that staff members were not allowed to explain. She was given a number to a debt collection law firm. They had taken her money. So this legislation that protects military persons, grandmothers, small business owners, is extremely crucial. I ask my colleagues to support this legislation, H.R. 2547. Let's stop debt and let's make sure Americans can thrive. I yield back.
Gentlelady from California reserves. Gentlelady from Missouri is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, may I inquire, is the gentlelady from California prepared to close?
I have no further speakers, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady from Missouri is recognized.
And Mr. Chairman, I will yield myself the balance of my time.
Gentlelady is recognized.
This en blanc will ensure that we know the true consequences of this bill before it becomes effective. Payment for services rendered is a fundamental premise of our credit-based free market system. Republicans want to ensure legislation passed by this House will not limit access to credit, price large swaths of Americans out of the consumer credit market, or restrict small businesses' ability to collect payments for services provided. I urge my colleagues to support this en blanc, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentlelady from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of the time. Representatives Burgess and Lukameyer's proposed amendments would not provide stronger protections for consumers who are saddled with debt while navigating the various challenges they have faced through no fault of their own by this terrible pandemic. Instead, these amendments would needlessly delay or prevent my bill, H.R. 2547, the Comprehensive Debt Collection Improvement Act, from being implemented. So I urge my colleagues to reject these amendments, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields back. Pursuant to House Resolution 380, the previous question is ordered on the amendments en bloc offered by the gentlelady from California. The question on the amendment en bloc, those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Those opposed, say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The en bloc amendment is not agreed to.
Chairman.
The gentlelady from Missouri is recognized.
I request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Section 3S of the House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 9, printed in Part B of House Report 11729. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Missouri seek recognition?
McHenry, and I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 9, printed in Part B of House Report number 117-29, offered by Mrs. Wagner of Missouri.
Pursuant to House Resolution 380, the gentlewoman from Missouri, Ms. Wagner, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlelady from Missouri.
Mr. Chairman, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, since taking the majority in the House last Congress, Democrats have attempted to undermine the financial system through a partisan wish list that is focused on one thing: undermining the pillars of our financial system. Now, with one party dominating, they are jamming through a bill that will not only hurt the very borrowers they claim they are trying to help, but it will bring down our credit markets. There is no doubt that individuals and families are hurting. There is no doubt that the pandemic brought on additional challenges, but undermining our financial system is not the way to help Americans. Our financial system needs strong underwriting practices to keep it strong and reduce risk when extending credit. This is what makes credit more available at a lower cost to more borrowers. This is not to say that the system is perfect. Republicans agree there are some improvements that can be made to the way this system operates. A gentleman's amendment would replace the underlying bill with several targeted approaches to improve the debt collection and credit reporting framework. First, this amendment requires the inclusion of a clear disclosure when a confession of judgment, or COJ, is part of a business lending contract. It also requires lenders to obtain a written affidavit containing the date and nature of a borrower's default in order to execute a confession of judgment. This will help to ensure small businesses know the full terms and conditions of their agreement and help to crack down on reported misuse of COJs while allowing these important repayment tools to remain in use. This amendment preserves the Service Member Protection Bill. It preserves, again, the Service Member Protection Bill, sponsored by the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania. In fact, I would remind my colleagues that we just passed this bill on suspension 3 weeks ago. We should focus on getting this bill enacted into law rather than packaging it up with a wish list of partisan policies. This amendment would allow the estate of a deceased or permanently disabled student loan borrower to request a discharge of the student loan debt. This change would codify the current practice used by private lenders to ensure that student loan borrowers are indeed protected. This amendment would also address concerns with medical debt. It would eliminate the inclusion of paid, medically necessary, non-elective medical debt in credit reports. This provision is a responsible way to address the challenges that many face in repaying medical debt. And at the same time, it does not make health care more expensive or service less available. Finally, this amendment acknowledges the work of the CFPB. What my colleagues won't tell you is that the final debt collection rule was the culmination of more than 7 years of research and analysis. I hope that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle will recognize this effort to make improvements that will benefit consumers and small businesses. I urge support for the ranking member's amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. For what purpose does the gentlelady from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to claim time in opposition to the amendment.
Gentlelady is recognized.
I rise in opposition to the substitute amendment offered by our committee's ranking member, Mr. McHenry. Mr. McHenry's partisan proposal is a non-starter and not a serious attempt to find common ground with bipartisan support. The Republican substitute amendment does not include several important elements of my bill, H.R. 2547, and fundamentally weakens many essential protections in the few provisions he included. For example, Mr. McHenry included a prohibition on confessions of judgment. Based on Title I, however, he included a harmful provision relating to written affidavits, effectively undermining the prohibition on confessions of judgment and severely reducing protections for small businesses struggling during this pandemic. The Federal Trade Commission banned confessions of judgment more than 35 years ago, in 1985, for consumer loans. Our committee learned that small business owners, like taxicab drivers, have unwittingly waived their typical due process rights when it comes to debt collection because these harmful confessions of judgment terms were tucked into their small business loan. Representative Velasquez has been leading the effort on this in the House, working in a bipartisan fashion with Senators Brown and Rubio. However, if we take the approach proposed by Mr. McHenry, small businesses will continue to be ripped off. Moreover, I would add H.R. 2547 includes several other bipartisan provisions, including Title II, which is based on a bill by Representative Dean to protect service members from harassment and threats from debt collectors. The House has unanimously passed Title II as a standalone bill twice, both last year and this year. Additionally, Title VI would enhance protections related to federal agency debts based on a bill by Representative Cleaver that has been bipartisan for a number of years. But when we tried to move it on the suspension calendar last year, Republicans changed their mind, unfortunately at a time when consumers are suffering while debt collectors make record profits. During the pandemic, the House Republican alternative is not a serious effort to reform and modernize our debt collection laws. So, I would urge my colleagues to reject the McHenry substitute amendment, and I reserve my time.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentlelady from Missouri is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I continue to reserve my time.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentlelady from California is recognized.
I now yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Auchincloss.
The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I reject the amendment from the ranking member, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. I reject it because it undermines the premise of the chairwoman's bill. The premise of the chairwoman's bill is not prudential underwriting as a core premise of our economy, which of course we need. It's not about payments for goods and services, which is obviously a pillar of the United States system of business. It's about fairness. It's about fairness in the allocation of credit and fairness in the collection of debt. What the chairwoman has put forward and what the amendment from the ranking member would undermine is a bill that recognizes that people should not be punished for circumstances outside of their control. They should not be precluded from accessing credit for something that happened to them that they did not wish upon themselves and that they had no volition in doing. For example, this bill would ensure that medical debts do not prohibit people's access to credit. The senior senator from my home state of Massachusetts famously demonstrated that medical bankruptcies were plaguing the middle class and the working class in this country. And indeed, the Consumer Finance Protection Bureau has reported that medical debt has a significant impact on consumer credit. After Americans undergo life-saving treatment, they should not have to worry about the impact of a necessary medical procedure that they will have to stay at home to convalesce will have on their ability to then restart their life, start a business, care for their family. H.R. 2547 seeks to give consumers time to fully recover so they are able to pay their bills. Nobody chooses to get sick, and being sick should not show up on your credit report as you seek to access credit in the future. This bill is also about fairness in how we collect debts. There should, of course, be payments for goods and services, but there does not need to be, and there should not be, harassment. As a former Marine officer it deeply concerns me that service members who need to concentrate on the mission at hand might be distracted and indeed might even be demoted for debts outside of their control. This
Gentleman's
bill.
time has expired. Gentleman's time has expired.
I yield back.
I yield an additional minute to the gentleman from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman.
His time has expired as well. Gentlelady from Missouri is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield myself the balance of my time.
Gentlelady is recognized.
This amendment replaces the underlying bill with targeted approaches to improve the debt collection and credit reporting framework. This amendment preserves options for consumers and ensures that small businesses are paid for services that they provide. This amendment will ensure our financial system remains safe and sound. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this amendment, and Mr. Chairman, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. I'm sorry. Gentlelady yields back. Pursuant to House Resolution 380, the previous question is ordered on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Missouri. The question is on the amendment. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is. Gentlelady from Missouri is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on amendments on Block 1, printed in Part B of House Report 117-29, offered by the gentlelady from California, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the yeas and nays were ordered. The clerk will redesignate the amendments on block.
On block number 1, consisting of amendments numbered 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 10, 11, 12, 13, and 14, printed in Part B of House Report number 117-29, offered by Ms. Waters of California.
Question is on the amendments on block offered by the gentlelady from California. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Good.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Napolitano pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Napolitano will vote yay on the amendments on Block 1.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Grijalva pursuant to H-Res 8, I hereby inform the House that Mr. Grijalva will vote yea on the amendment on Block 1.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Ruiz pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Ruiz will vote yes on the amendments en bloc number 1.
Purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Drew, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Drew will vote nay on en bloc 1.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Eshoo pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Eshoo will vote yes on the amendments en bloc number 1.
Block 1.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
As a member designated by Representative Cardenas pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House Representative Cardenas will vote aye on the amendments on Block 1.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Allred pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Allred will vote yes on the amendments on block number 1. Yeah.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Mang pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Mang will vote yes on amendments on block number 1.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Sewell pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Sewell will vote yes on the amendments on block number 1. And as the member designated by Ms. Strickland pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Strickland will vote yes on amendments on block number 1.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Donald Payne pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote yes on the amendments on block number 1.
Purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Ruppersberger of Maryland pursuant to House Resolution 8, I rise to inform the House that Mr. Ruppersberger votes aye on the amendments on block 1.
What purpose? No, I know. My mic's not on. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Crenshaw of Texas pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Crenshaw will vote no on block 1.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote yes on the amendments to on block number 1.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. McEachin pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. McEachin will vote yes on the amendments on block number 1. And as the member designated by Ms. Porter pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that Ms. Porter will vote yes on the amendments in block number 1.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Norma Torres pursuant to H Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Torres will vote yes on the amendments in block number 1.
Yeah. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lawson of Florida, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson vote yes, agreeing on en bloc number 1.
Purpose does the gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Wilson pursuant to H Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote yes to the amendments on Block 1.
Gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, pursuant
Should I also do
to H Res 8, I want to inform the House that Mr. Correa will vote yes on amendment en bloc number 1.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Rush pursuant to H Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on the amendments in block number 1.
On this vote, the yeas are 210 and the nays are 202. The amendments en bloc are adopted without objection. A motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on Amendment en bloc 2, printed in Part B of House Report 117-29, offered by the gentlewoman from California, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the yeas and nays were ordered. The clerk will redesignate the amendments en bloc.
On block number 2, consisting of amendments numbered 4 and 8, printed in Part B of House Report number 117-29, offered by Ms. Waters of California.
The question is on the amendments en bloc offered by the gentlewoman from California. Members will record their vote by electronic device. What purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Norma Torres pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Norma Torres will vote no on amendment in block number 2.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition? No. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Eshoo pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Eshoo will vote no on the amendments in block number 2.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. McEachin pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. McEachin will vote no on the amendments on block number 2. And as the member designated by Ms. Porter pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Porter will vote no on the amendments on block number 2.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Sewell pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Sewell will vote no on amendments on block number 2. And as the member designated by Ms. Strickland pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Strickland will vote no on amendments on block number 2.
Purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
As member designated by Mr. Van Drew pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Van Drew will vote yea.
Gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Napolitano pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Napolitano will vote no on amendments and block number 2.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Moore, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, and for the House, Ms. Moore will vote no on the amendments on block number 2. As the member designated by Mr. Liu, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House Mr. Liu will vote no on the amendments on block number 2. As the member designated by Mr. Lowenthal, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House Mr. Lowenthal will vote no on the amendments on block number 2.
Purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Johnson will vote no on the amendments in block number 2. As the member designated by Chairwoman Zoe Lofgren pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Chair Lofgren will vote no on the amendments in block number 2.
Gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Ruiz pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Ruiz will vote no on amendments on block number 2.
Does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Allred pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Allred will vote no on the amendments on block number 2.
Purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Rupersberger of Maryland pursuant to House Resolution 8, I rise to inform the House that Mr. Rupersberger will vote no on the en bloc Amendment 2.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Wilson pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote no on the amendments on block number 2.
Purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Donald Payne pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote no on the amendments on block number 2.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Mang pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Mang will vote yes on amendments, will vote no on amendments on block number 2.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Correa pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House Mr. Correa will vote no on the amendment in block number 2.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Mondaire Jones pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Jones will vote no on the amendments on block number 2. purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lawson of Florida, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson will vote no on the en bloc. I think I can.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
As the member designated of Cardenas, pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House Representative Cardenas will vote no on amendments en bloc number 2.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Crenshaw of Texas pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Crenshaw will vote yea on en bloc 2.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Grijalva pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Grijalva will vote no on the amendments en bloc number 2.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Rush pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote no on the amendments in block number 2.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote no on the amendments to en bloc number 2.
On this vote, the yeas are 208 and the nays are 214. The amendments on block are not adopted. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on Amendment 9, printed in Part B of House Report 117-29, offered by the gentlewoman from Missouri, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the yeas and nays were ordered. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 9, printed in Part B of House Report number 117-29, offered by Mrs. Wagner of Missouri.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Missouri. Members will record their vote by electronic device. Does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Crenshaw of Texas pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Crenshaw will vote yes on Amendment 9.
Gentlewoman from California seek recognition.
As the member designated by Ms. Napolitano pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Napolitano will vote no on the Wagner Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated for the representative from Florida, Brian Mast, I ask that given the updated CDC guidance, we all take off these stupid masks.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Chair Johnson will vote no on the Wagner Amendment. As the member designated by Chairwoman Zoe Lofgren pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Chair Lofgren will vote no on the Wagner Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Van Drew pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Van Drew will vote yea.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote no on the Wagner Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, how are you? As the member designated by Mr. Correa pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Correa will vote no on the amendment number 9.
What purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Eshoo pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Eshoo votes no on the Wagner Amendment.
What purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lawson of Florida, to House Resolution 8, I inform that Mr. Lawson will vote no on the Wagner amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
As a member designated by Representative Cardenas pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House Representative Cardenas will vote no on the Wagner amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Rupersberger of Maryland pursuant to House Resolution 8, I rise to announce that Mr. Rupersberger will vote no on the Wagner amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Grijalva pursuant to H.Res. 8, I hereby inform the House that Mr. Grijalva will vote no on the amendment, on the Wagner amendment.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Rush pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote no on the Wagner amendment.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts rise?
As the member designated by Ms. Mang pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Mang will vote no on the Wagner Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California rise?
As the member designated by Mr. Mondaire Jones pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Jones will vote no on the Wagner Amendment. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Ruiz pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Ruiz will vote no on the Wagner Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Donald Payne pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote no on the Wagner Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. McEachin pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. McEachin will vote no on the Wagner Amendment. And as the member designated by Ms. Porter pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Porter will vote no on the Wagner Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Wilson pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote no on the Wagner Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Moore pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House Ms. Moore will vote no on the Wagner Amendment. As the member designated by Mr. Liu pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House Mr. Liu will vote no on the Wagner Amendment. As the member designated by Mr. Lowenthal pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House Mr. Lowenthal will vote no on the Wagner Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Allred pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Allred will vote no on the Wagner Amendment.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Sewell pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Sewell will vote no on the Wagner Amendment. And as the member designated by Ms. Strickland pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Strickland will vote no on the Wagner Amendment.
For what purpose? For what purpose? For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from
sorry.
California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Norma Torres pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Norma Torres will vote no on the Wagner Amendment.
The yeas are 197 and the nays are...
Mr. Issa. Mr. Issa votes aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 199 and the nays are 224. The amendment is not adopted. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The previous question is ordered on the bill as amended. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to expand and enhance consumer, student, service member, and small business protections with respect to debt collection practices and for other purposes.
The question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker.
Recorded vote. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
I ask for a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Eshoo pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Eshoo will vote yes on H.R. 2547.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lawson of Florida, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Lawson vote yes on final passage.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Van Drew pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Van Drew will vote nay.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Napolitano pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Napolitano will vote yay on H.R. 2547.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Rupersberger of Maryland pursuant to House Resolution 8, I rise to announce that Mr. Rupersberger will vote aye on H.R. 2547.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Norma Torres pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Norma Torres will vote yes on H.R. 2547.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Connecticut seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Wilson pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote yes on H.R. 2547.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Donald Payne pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote yes on H.R. 2547.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Mang pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Mang will vote yes on H.R. 2547.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
As a member designated by Representative Cardenas pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House that Representative Cardenas will vote aye on H.R. 2547.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Sewell pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Sewell will vote yes on H.R. 2547. And as the member designated by Ms. Strickland pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Strickland will vote yes on H.R. 2547.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Allred pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Allred will vote yes on H.R. 2547.
Can I take my mask off now?
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Ruiz pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Ruiz will vote yes on House Resolution 2547.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Mondaire Jones pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Jones will vote yes on H.R. 2547.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Crenshaw of Texas, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Crenshaw will vote no on H.R. 2547.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Johnson will vote yes on H.R. 2547. As the member designated by Chairwoman Zoe Lofgren pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Chair Lofgren will vote yes on H.R. 2547.
Does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Grijalva pursuant to H-Res 8, I hereby inform the House that Mr. Grijalva will vote yes on H.R. 2547.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. McEachin pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. McEachin will vote yes on H.R. 2547. And as the member designated by Ms. Porter pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Porter will vote yes on H.R. 2547.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Speaker, I should say. As a member designated by Mr. Correa pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Correa will vote yes on H.R. 2547.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Rush pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on H.R. 2547.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Liu, pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that Mr. Liu will vote yes on HR 2547. As a member designated by Mr. Lowenthal, pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House Mr. Lowenthal will vote yes on HR 2547. As a member designated by Ms. Moore, pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House Ms. Moore will vote yes on HR 2547.
Gentleman from Arizona seek recognition.
As a member designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick, pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote yes on HR 2547.
On this vote, the yeas are 215, the nays are 207. The bill is passed without objection, and motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is a vote on the motion of the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 2877, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 2877, a bill to amend the Public Health Service Act to direct the Secretary of Health and Human Services to develop best practices for the establishment and use of behavioral intervention teams at schools and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Eshoo pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Eshoo will vote yes on H.R. 2877.
The gentleman from Texas seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Crenshaw of Texas pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Crenshaw will vote yes on H.R. 2877.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Grijalva pursuant to H.Res. 8, I hereby inform the House that Mr. Grijalva will vote yes on H.R. 2877.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Johnson will vote yes on H.R. 2877. As the member designated by Chairwoman Zoe Lofgren pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Chair Lofgren will vote yes on H.R. 2877.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Timmons from South Carolina pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Timmons will vote yea on H.R. 2877.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Mondaire Jones pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Jones will vote no on H.R. 2877.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Van Drew pursuant to House Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Van Drew will vote yea.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Sewell pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Sewell will vote no on H.R. 2877. And as the member designated by Ms. Strickland pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Strickland will vote no on H.R. 2877.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Correa, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Correa will vote yes to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 2877.
Purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote yes on H.R. 2877.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Rush pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote no on H.R. 2877.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lawson of Florida, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson will vote no on the motion on suspended rules. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Wilson pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote no on H.R. 2877.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Allred pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Allred will vote yes on H.R. 2877.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Rupersberger of Maryland pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rupersberger will vote aye on H.R. 2877.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
As the member designated by Representative Cardenas pursuant to H.R. 8, I inform the House Representative Cardenas will vote no on H.R. 2877.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Meng pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Meng will vote yes on H.R. 2877.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Norma Torres pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Norma Torres will vote yes on H.R. 2877.
Does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Ruiz pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Ruiz will vote yes on House Resolution 2877.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. McEachin pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. McEachin will vote no on H.R. 2877. And as the member designated by Ms. Porter pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Porter will vote yes on H.R. 2877.
Does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Liu, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Liu will vote yes on H.R. 2877. As the member designated Mr. Lowenthal, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House Mr. Lowenthal will vote yes on H.R. 2877. As the member designated by Ms. Moore, pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House Ms. Moore will vote no on H.R. 2877.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Donald Payne pursuant to H.R.S. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote no on H.R. 2877.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Napolitano pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Napolitano will vote yea on H.R. 2877.
On this vote, the yeas are 323, the nays are 93, present are 2. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Chair lays before the House of Communication.
The Honorable the Speaker, House of Representatives, Madam, pursuant to the permission granted in Clause 2H of Rule 2 of the Rules of the U.S. House of Representatives, the clerk received the following message from the Secretary of the Senate on May 13, 2021 at 11:31 a.m. that the Senate passed Senate 1585. Signed sincerely, Cheryl L. Johnson.
The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Mississippi seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Alcorn State University on their 150th anniversary. Founded in 1871, Alcorn State University is the oldest historically black land-grant institution in the United States and the second largest supported institution of higher learning in the state of Mississippi. Alcorn State University is one of the most important institutions to nurture and develop African Americans. Alcorn has laid the foundation for many professionals by giving them a valued education. Their mission is to intellectually develop young Americans, produce graduates to be lifelong learners, prepare them to be well-rounded leaders of high character, while equipping them with the necessary skills to be successful in a global marketplace. Alcorn's vision is to develop diverse students for globally competitive leaders that would benefit communities, states, nations, and the world. I know Alcorn State University will continue to provide students with the tools they need to claim success. As Alcorn celebrates its 150th anniversary, the reservation is well suited for many more successful years.
The gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to pay tribute to my dear friend Steve Rose, who passed away on December 14, 2020. He lived his whole life in Knoxville, served our country in the U.S. Marine Corps, and went on to graduate from Fulton High School after he left the Corps and attend the University of Tennessee. Steve was known around town as a hellraiser who never did anything halfway. He was an adrenaline junkie who enjoyed things like boxing and motocross racing, and he lit up Knoxville's music scene, playing the drums with local bands around town. Above all else, Steve had a ferocious love for his friends and family. He showed an unconditional love to Janice, his devoted wife of 52 years, until the moment he passed away with her by his side. He was an amazing father to his family, Amy, Michael, and Tracy, and spent many years working hard to get Amy the best possible care for her cerebral palsy. 5 years ago, a stroke left his body broken, but his strong-willed spirit stayed intact. He never let his condition dampen his attitude, and he kept on loving friends and family with the same vigor he always had, Mr. Speaker. He will be truly missed by those who knew him. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield the remainder of my time.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute, Mr. Speaker.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
As we speak about criminal justice reform, sometimes children and juveniles are missing, many in the juvenile criminal justice system. Today in Judiciary, we had a powerful hearing that spoke about the integrating of juveniles into a new system and to ensure that we move forward on preventing juveniles from serving in the same facilities as adults, to not in any way cede to a sentence of life without parole, and to realize that the best life for juveniles who may have had a detour, who may have been traumatized, who may have, because of the non-maturity of their brain, done something wrong, but there is a life after. And we should look for those systems that integrate that juvenile back into society, intervention, and after matters, after the incarceration, to be able to bring them to a point where they can be contributing to our society. That's what we're going to move on in the House Judiciary Committee. I encourage my colleagues to join us because our juveniles are not out tomorrow's, they are out today's. With that, I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor my uncle Jerry Clark, who sadly passed away on May 5th at the age of 88. Uncle Jerry was born and raised in Des Moines, Iowa, and graduated from Johnston High School in 1950. Soon after, he was drafted into the U.S. Army and served until 1955. Following his discharge, he was a Des Moines firefighter, retiring after 33 years of service. And while working for the fire department, he also worked for Sears. And he retired from Sears after 30 years. He'll be remembered for his kindness, vibrant smile, and for the love of his grandchildren. I got a chance to see my Uncle Jerry back in August of 2019, and before that, it was back in 1999 at my mom, his sister, my mom Sally's funeral. It's a sorrow loss for our family and everyone that had the pleasure of knowing him. My wife Shannon, our kids, and I send our thoughts and prayers to my Aunt Janine, my cousins Craig, Kevin, and Jonathan, his grandchildren Caleb, Kayla, Rose, and Sterling, and his sister, my Aunt Joyce. Uncle Jerry, may you rest in peace. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to declare unwavering and steadfast support for the State of Israel. Hamas and Islamic Jihad are single-handedly responsible for the escalation that has led to the bloodshed of Israelis and Palestinians. These terrorist organizations do not care about people or peace. They seek only to destroy the Jewish state. Israel has every right to defend herself. No nation should be subject to a barrage of rocket fire like what we see on this easel on a civilian population. Without the Iron Dome air defense system, the loss of life would be worse than the nightmare before us today. Congress must ensure the life-saving missile defense systems continue to get the support and funding needed to keep civilians safe. Israel has taken serious steps to de-escalate the conflict, while Hamas has only escalated its attacks. So it's especially irresponsible to demonize Israel's conduct while ignoring her right to self-defense. America unequivocally stands by our key democratic ally, Israel. I pray for peace and security in the region and mourn the loss of all lives, Israeli and Palestinian. I urge the cessation of all intentional acts of violence and a return to working towards a viable two-state solution. Everyone deserves to live in peace, free from terrorism. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize National Nurses Appreciation Week and celebrate America's hardworking and professional caregivers, our nurses. National Nurses Week is celebrated annually from May 6th to May 12th, during which time was the birthday of Florence Nightingale, the founder of modern nursing. Now more than ever, nurses deserve our collective gratitude. Our country has faced unprecedented challenges in the wake of COVID-19, and nurses across the country selflessly stood ready to assist their communities and neighbors in need. They spent countless hours away from their families and loved ones while placing themselves on the front line of our national response to the pandemic. Nursing is a science and an art, reserved for those who are for those among us who are the most giving, caring, and passionate about helping others. Nurses are there for major milestones in patients' lives, from birth of a child to the challenges of an aging patient. Patients and family members can count on their compassion, guidance, and care. Thank you to each and every nurse for the hard work you do. Your contributions have not gone unrecognized, especially during some of our most trying times. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today as millions of Israeli citizens are reeling from a barrage of more than 1,500 rockets fired throughout the country by the terrorist group Hamas in Gaza. In case there is any confusion, Hamas is a terrorist organization designated by the United States, dedicated to the destruction of Israel, and which Congress has and must condemn for killing innocent civilians and using women and children as human shields. No one here should make excuses for a terrorist organization. Who is the next target of their sympathy? ISIS? Al-Qaeda? Hezbollah? Even though we may not always agree about Israel's policies, we should be very clear that nothing justifies a terrorist organization firing rockets at our ally. And between terrorists and a democracy, we should always choose the democracy. Our commitment to Israel's security and to its right to defend itself from terrorists is ironclad. I am glad that President Biden, the Secretary of State, and the Secretary of Defense have stood with our key Democratic ally, insisted that Hamas stop firing rockets, and engage regional partners to help end this crisis. No matter our disagreements, there should be no false equivalences or excuses made by anyone on behalf of a foreign terrorist organization. As we stand together with our historic ally, Israel, we continue to call for an end to the violence and calm in the region, for the sake of our children and families, and for the sake of peace.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise today to call attention on the crisis in Nicaragua and Central America. SOS Nicaragua is our motto. SOS Nicaragua is the rallying cry of millions of Nicaraguans yearning for freedom, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, just like what we have. Managua is closer to Miami than Miami is to Washington, D.C., as Ronald Reagan once said on national television. What happens in Central America has a direct impact on my community in South Florida, home of hundreds of thousands of Nicaraguans. But since April of this year, of 2018, I should say, Daniel Ortega's Sandinista regime has carried out a repressive crackdown and killed over 325 peaceful protesters, while thousands of Nicaraguans have fled to neighboring Costa Rica and to the United States, escaping Ortega's reign of terror. But this November, Nicaragua is scheduled to have presidential elections. Yet Ortega and his wife, Rosario Murillo, are actively undermining the electoral process and persecuting opposition candidates to outright steal the upcoming presidential election. The Nicaraguan people have liberated themselves from the shackles of socialist tyranny once before, and they can do it again. For that reason, the United States must stand with the people of Nicaragua in their struggle for freedom by demanding a free and fair election this November. For that reason, Congressman Albio Sears and myself have introduced my bipartisan Renaissance Act, and I urge my colleagues to co-sponsor this bill and stand with the people of Nicaragua. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, throughout history, the Jew has never been safe. People have demonized, ostracized, and murdered Jews for millennia. From the ashes of the Holocaust, the massacre of 6 million of our brethren, Jews returned to their ancestral home to build an oasis in the desert and a democracy of their own. Jews persisted even in the face of ultimate evil. And today, in their rightful homeland, they are attacked from within. Some call them villains for defending their home and their families, for not turning a cheek and a blind eye to terror and bombings and missiles raining down. Who would turn a cheek when their mere right to exist is questioned, or turn a blind eye when history has been so unkind? Not you and not the Israelis. And we, as Americans, and me, as an American and a Jew, must stand for what is right, must declare that Israel has a right to exist, that Israel has the inherent right to defend itself, that we have a duty as Americans to stand by the side of Israel in the face of attacks from terrorists and suicide bombers and malign regimes who again have the same goal in mind, to kill Jews. That now is the time to stand with Israel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from, I'm so sorry. For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to address the body for one moment.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, sir. I'd first like to thank my colleague from Florida, Ms. Catman, a.k.a. Cat, for organizing the special order hour to recognize our National Police Week. This morning, I had the privilege of joining Leader McCarthy and several of our colleagues at the National Law Enforcement Memorial to show our respect for the fallen and our support for the men and women in uniform. Last year was one of the deadliest years on record for law enforcement officers. So now more than ever, we need to back the blue and show our continuous support for law enforcement. When I was a child, I can remember my grandfather telling me, if you ever get in need or get scared, go to a police officer. Law enforcement has not changed. I still encourage my children and my grandchildren to do the same. I think we have changed the way we view law enforcement. To all law enforcement officers in this country, please know that I support you. You are making a difference in our community. You are helping the people, the American people, and we are forever grateful. On this National Police Week, I encourage all Americans to honor the sacrifice that are made by men and women in uniform and thank every police officer for the job they are doing. And I give back my time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, tonight, because of Hamas terror rockets, millions of people in Israel, Gaza, and the West Bank, including frail seniors and young children, are huddled in fear, worried about their loved ones and uncertain about what tomorrow will bring. Hamas and other terrorist groups are relentlessly attacking Israel, launching more than 1,500 rockets just since Monday, targeting Jerusalem, Tel Aviv, Beersheba, and every community in between. Israel is rightfully responding to these attacks, protecting its citizens and defending its borders. Civilians are dying, Arabs and Jews. My heart breaks for all innocents killed and injured. It's true that more have died in Gaza, but Israel goes out of its way to minimize civilian casualties. Hamas, conversely, goes out of its way to target civilians in Israel while launching its rockets from civilian areas in Gaza. Israel has overwhelming resources to defend herself, yet shows restraint. Hamas has rockets intended only for death and terror. Thankfully, with Iron Dome, Israel has the technology to protect the lives of its citizens, which in turn protects Palestinian lives as well. The U.S. stands with Israel and must do all we can to end Hamas terror attacks and swiftly restore calm to the region. I yield the remainder of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Mississippi seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House floor for 1 minute and to advise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
The men and women of law enforcement live by a creed that sets them apart from all other professions. Unfortunately, that creed, to serve and to protect, often places them in harm's way. While Scripture does not speak directly about law enforcement, we see that Christ said, "Blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called children of God." The peacemakers we honor today are not only law enforcement officers, but they are mothers, fathers, sons, and daughters. They are leaders who face danger on a daily basis to help transform their communities to be better places to live and to worship and to raise a family. Their service, their love of fellow officers, their love of community, and the sacrifice of law enforcement must not be forgotten. That's why I'm proud to join Congresswoman Julia Letlow of Louisiana to introduce the resolution expressing support for recognizing National Police Week. I'm grateful that over 90 of our House colleagues have joined this effort. The men and women of law enforcement will always be remembered as heroes. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Hamas has fired 1,600 rockets into Israel. Each rocket is a war crime, for each was fired solely for the purpose of killing as many civilians as possible. President Biden has declared unswaveringly our support for Israel's right to defend itself. We grieve every civilian death, Israeli and Palestinian. We cannot accept at face value reports of Palestinian deaths since they come from Hamas, a terrorist organization recognized as such by both the U.S. and the EU. Hamas has caused many Palestinian deaths since 1/4 of its rockets aimed at Israel actually explode in Gaza, and because Hamas locates its military operations in civilian neighborhoods using human shields. I want to commend Israel for its efforts to avoid civilian casualties while striking successfully at terrorists. And I want to commend this Congress for funding Iron Dome, which has successfully avoided so many Israeli civilian deaths. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Louisiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today during National Police Week to honor the 394 law enforcement officers whose names have been forever engraved into the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial here in Washington, D.C. I am honored to join Congressman Michael Guest and 90 of my Republican colleagues in introducing a resolution to recognize these brave men and women who made the ultimate sacrifice. Their surviving families of these officers are now left to walk through the unimaginable path of pain and loss. My prayers are with them every day as they grieve for their loved ones. My district and state, like so many of my colleagues, did not escape loss. 15 law enforcement officers from Louisiana were killed in the line of duty in 2020, including 4 from the 5th Congressional District. Kawan Artes Bates with the Vidalia Police Department, Catrell Michael Pitts with the Tangipahoa Sheriff's Office, Randy Michael Vallet with the Richland Parish Sheriff's Office, and Marshall Lee Walter Jr. with the Mangum Police Department. These officers swore an oath to uphold the public trust. We remember them not just today or this week, but for years to come. We thank all law enforcement officers and their families for their sacrifice and ask God to bless each and every one of you. The people of our country are forever grateful. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield my remaining time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Moral clarity. That's what this moment calls for. Terrorists launch rockets at civilians, launch rockets from schools and hospitals, putting kids at risk. They use humans as shields. Hamas is a terrorist organization, sworn to wiping out the only Jewish state on earth. And the House of Representatives previously declared it shall be the policy of the United States to officially and publicly condemn Hamas for violating the international law of armed conflict by exploiting civilians. Democracies, on the other hand, act to limit civilian casualties and do everything they can to defend their own citizens. Israel is a democracy, the only Jewish state in the world, and our friend and ally, and Israel has a right to defend her citizens. At this moment, as more than 1,750 rockets rain down on Israel, we must stand with our ally and stand against Hamas terrorism. Please don't be fooled by false choices, Israel or Hamas. But if I am asked to choose between a terrorist organization and our democratic ally, I will stand with Israel every day of the week, and so will you, and so will you, and so will you, Mr. Speaker. America stands with Israel. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker,
This week is National Police Week, a time to express our enduring gratitude for the incredible bravery and sacrifice of American law enforcement officers across the country. I stand here today to honor our men and women in law enforcement in the well of the U.S. House of Representatives because we must never forget all they do to keep Americans safe. Recently, an NYPD officer from West Islip, in my district, showed us all what it means to protect and serve. When gunfire rang out in the middle of Times Square, Officer Alyssa Vogel, a neighborhood coordination officer, immediately rushed to the aid of an injured 4-year-old girl. Officer Vogel quickly applied an emergency tourniquet to the young girl's leg, gathered her in her arms, and ran her to safety where the girl's injuries were treated in a nearby ambulance. Officer Vogel is a 4.5-year veteran of the NYPD. She is a wife, a mother, and as is evident by her bravery and quick thinking, she's a hero that Long Islanders can be proud to call their own. This is just one example of the extraordinary acts that police officers in my district and across the country do every single day in the line of duty. May God bless and watch over them as they serve. I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in solidarity with our staunch ally, Israel. For days, Israel has been under attack by Hamas terrorists who fired more than 1,700 rockets from Gaza, targeting civilians, targeting Tel Aviv and Jerusalem. Were it not for the Iron Dome missile defense system, the loss of life would be enormous. Thousands of Israelis, Jews and Arabs alike, have taken cover in bomb shelters. I've been in Israel when rockets were fired from Gaza into Sderot. I know the terror of running for cover with sirens blaring overhead, not knowing whether I'd make it in time. My heart goes out to the Israeli people. Yesterday, I attended an IDF briefing. Unlike Hamas, the Israeli Defense Forces target the terrorists, their rocket launchers, weapon stocks, and command centers, not civilians. When a democratic country is attacked by terrorists, it has the right and indeed the duty to protect its people. We must continue to stand with Israel. I pray for peace and all those who have lost loved ones. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Unanimous consent, address the House 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to discuss the importance of pipelines to our nation's energy use and national security. It should be obvious. But with the Colonial Pipeline being out of commission this week and the resulting gas shortages, price spikes, and long lines at the gas pump, this highlights the importance of this method of transit. Pipelines offer guaranteed, reliable delivery and are cheaper and safer than any other delivery method. The extremely rare event of a pipeline being out of commission shows how much we often take their dependability for granted. We have 2.5 million miles of energy-related pipe in this country. If it can be completed, the Keystone Pipeline, the fourth phase, only 1,179 miles, would make our energy security even stronger. I'm hopeful that the events of the past week will cause the Biden administration and many of my friends across the aisle to rethink their hostility towards this project. Let's work on protecting these systems from cyber attacks. Let's work to build redundancy systems to operate these attacks when they get through. Let's also remember that what the alternative is when dogmatic policies get in the way and take options off the table. We will continue to need these fuels for the foreseeable future, and I hope we can agree to that smart course of action is to embrace the most efficient and safe manner of delivery. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today during National Police Week to honor the service of the law enforcement officers who protected members of Congress, Capitol employees, and staff on January 6th. On that day, the U.S. Capitol Police and the Washington Metropolitan Police repelled an attack on our democracy. Bear spray, American flag poles, fire extinguishers, and their own riot shields and tasers were used against them. More than 100 police officers were injured that day, their eyes gouged, their ribs cracked, and their spinal discs shattered. And countless more are grappling with terrible trauma. In the wake of the attack, these men and women have faced increased pressure, scrutiny, and threats, but if you walk out of this chamber, you will see them standing strong, staying committed to their duty, their country, and their fellow Americans. On behalf of the people of Central Virginia and on behalf of a grateful nation, I thank the Capitol Police and the Washington Metropolitan Police for their heroism and their bravery. And I honor the lives and the legacies of those we have lost: Officer Brian Sicknick, Officer Howie Liebengood, Officer Billy Evans, and Officer Jeffrey Smith. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address this Congress for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, National Police Week presents a unique opportunity to honor police officers nationwide. In my district, we have great respect for law enforcement, and we honor those who give their lives in the line of duty. Today, I wanted to draw attention to the Law Enforcement Officer Memorial Service being observed this weekend in my hometown of Henderson County. 10 North Carolina officers made the ultimate sacrifice this year in defense of their communities and loved ones. Their memory will never be forgotten. In my district, Deputy Sheriff Ryan Hendricks lost his life in a gunfight this year, bravely protecting his community from harm. His family are personal friends of mine, and my heart goes out to them as we remember his bold sacrifice. I would now call for a moment of silence to honor the 10 North Carolina officers who have lost their lives this year in the line of duty. Thank you all. And with that, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise my remarks if necessary.
Without objection, the
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I want to congratulate my friend, Maria Esther Estrada Campos, on receiving the Honorary Doctor of Humane Letters from the University of Houston. Esther has been a trailblazer in public education, a public servant, and a champion for civil rights. After Jeff Davis, now Northside High School, she went to the University of Houston. While raising 4 children of her own, Esther completed her degree and became one of the first bilingual instructors hired by the Houston Independent School District, and later a counselor and an assistant principal, something that was almost unheard of back in the 50s. All of this was nearly unheard of, but she continued on. She retired early from HISD to win a seat on its Board of Trustees. In Houston, if people were organizing for the betterment of the Latino community, Esther Campos was there. Esther continued her own education and began earning a PhD, but serious family challenges made it impossible for her to finish. We hope that an honorary degree from her alma mater serves as a recognition for all that she has done. Congratulations, Esther. Great work. Felicidades. Bien hecho. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor the life of Linda Leila Susan Maroney, known to all of us as Muffy, who died recently in her home at the age of 77. Muffy was born here in Washington, D.C. during World War II, but she was raised in and around Houston, and she was a Texan through and through. A lawyer by training and an advocate at heart, she fought to make our community, our country, and our world a better place. A mother, a lay leader, a champion, Muffy worked for equality for all, dignity for all, justice for all, especially for women. And she did so while treating everyone she met with respect, including those who saw things differently. Her spirit will live on in her sons, Justin and Robert, in her grandchildren, and in the work she did, the groups she organized, the causes she championed, and the things that she did for all of us in Texas and for all Americans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to advise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in light of the recent rocket attacks launched by Hamas against our close friend and ally, Israel. As we all know, those who have visited Israel many times, Israelis like to say they live in a tough neighborhood. It's a volatile region with hostile neighbors. Israeli citizens and children live under the shadow of an everlasting threat of rocket attacks, suicide bombings, and looming violence. Israel is really the only true democracy in the region, and they have a right to defend themselves from attacks, and they must. These attacks over the last weeks are just the most recent examples. They mark the worst escalation of the conflict since 2014, resulting in the deaths of over 70 people. As Hamas' incessant rocket barrages continue, more civilian lives are put at risk, including innocent Palestinians. They also further endanger any possibility of peace. That's their goal. As a key ally in the region and a longtime friend of the United States, we must support Israel's right to defend itself and de-escalate the violence, use our influence to do whatever we can to support our friend. I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A 63-year-old grandmother, Leah, was sitting in her house near Tel Aviv. Ido, a 5-year-old boy, was home with his big sister and his mom in a small Israeli city near Gaza. Nadine, an Arab Israel 10th grader, was driving with her mom and dad in Jerusalem. What do they have in common? Their families are shattered and heartbroken. Leo and Ido and Nadine were all murdered by Hamas rockets bombarding Israel's cities. In the last few days, Hamas terrorists have launched over 1,500 rockets, blowing up homes, schools, and buses. Thankfully, Iron Dome has stopped most. Still, millions of Israelis are forced to sleep and eat in bomb shelters as red alert sirens blare across the country. The violence is a cynical Hamas power grab, using policy disputes as an excuse for terrorism. Let me make it clear. I agree with President Joe Biden. Israel has a right to defend itself when you have thousands of rockets flying into your territory. Hamas must end its attack, and the United States and allies must help bring calm. Thank you. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
To seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize the Yeadon Police Department, which recently started the first police community garden in the country as part of an ongoing program to develop positive relationships between police and community members. The garden gives officers and residents an opportunity to meet in a cooperative environment, to open lines of communication and foster understanding. Officers and residents work together in the garden throughout the growing season, and the food grown there is shared with those who work the soil as well as area food banks. They hope to start 6 or 7 more gardens throughout the community. The mayor of Yeadon, Mayor Hepkins, says that his community has seen a decrease in crime during the pandemic and credits police outreach efforts, including the department's reliance on community-oriented policing, outreach to the school district and younger folks, so they look at the police not as enemies, but as allies. I commend Police Chief Anthony Chachi Paparo and Mayor Hepkins for their efforts to improve community policing and to ensure that everyone in the community feels safe. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, as the co-chairman of the Congressional Steel Caucus, I was honored last week to help facilitate a letter to the Appropriations Committee. This letter expressed our support for the International Trade Administration and the International Trade Commission, which are incredibly important to the success of the American steel industry and its workforce. The letter encouraged the committee to build on its previous efforts to provide adequate resources to the ITA and the ITC, so they may ensure timely and objective responses to trade remedy complaints and investigations. Their work is essential to upholding our trade laws and ensuring that all American workers can compete on a level playing field. I look forward to continuing to work with the members of the committee and the Steel Caucus to support these agencies and strength of American steelworkers and the manufacturers. Thank you, and I yield back my time. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4th, 2021, the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Kamek, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and submit extraneous materials. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate and honor police officers across our country. As we commemorate National Police Week, I can't help but to think about the barrage of attacks that our LEOs have come under in recent months and years. Police officers have constantly been vilified by the media and those in left-wing politics for just simply doing their jobs. It is a job that comes with significant challenges and dangers and is often thankless at best. At this time, I'd like to thank my colleagues here today for joining me for this special order to honor our heroes in blue. And I would like to take an opportunity to thank our police officers all across this nation for their work and sense of duty. They walk the beat and meet people at their worst moments, all while maintaining professionalism and a steadfastness to the rule of law. This is a job that affects not only the individual officer, but their entire family. Husbands and wives, sons and daughters worry if their loved one will return home from a shift. This fear is very real and very raw. As the wife to a first responder, I too have felt this fear and dread as my husband Matt drives to a SWAT call-out. Too often, these brave men and women in uniform don't make it back after that shift. They pay the ultimate price for their bravery, and their families are left to pick up the pieces. Just this year alone, we have lost too many brave officers in the line of duty. Today, I will honor them here today by saying each of their names. Their memories and bravery will be recorded in the Congressional Record and etched into the archives of American history. Their names are as follows. Sergeant Gordon Best, Sergeant Daniel Mobley, Lieutenant Jeff Bain, Deputy Sheriff Nicholas Howell, Sergeant Randall Sims, Deputy Sheriff Jonathan Price, Officer Jay Hughes, Officer Brian Sicknick, Sergeant Jay Crumpler, First Sergeant Timothy Howell, Lieutenant William Gardner, Conservation Officer Stephen Regard, Officer Arturo Villegas, Officer Tyler Britt, Master Corporal Brian Levin, Agent Luis Marrero Diaz, Agent Luis Salomon Condi, Agent Eliza Hernandez Cartagena, Officer Melton Gore, Sergeant Frederick Cameron, Detective Stephen DeFoss, Officer Hector Moya, Chief of Police Tony Jordan, Corporal Christine Peters, Constable Sherry K. Langford, Lieutenant Treva Preston, Officer Alfred Jimenez, Officer Jerry Hemphill, Sergeant Edward Marcurella, Lieutenant John Reynolds, Officer Joseph Martini, Deputy Sheriff Adam Gibson, Officer Brandon Stalker, Warrants Officer Toby Kaiser, Deputy Sheriff Jacinto Navarro, Officer Byron Shields, Lieutenant Robert Van Zyl, Lieutenant Frank Arnold, Special Agent Wayne Snyder, Captain Michael Garrigan, Lieutenant Juan Rafael Rivera Padua, Deputy Sheriff Frank Gonzalez Halligan, Auxiliary Sergeant Luis Livatino, Director of Field Operations Beverly Good, Sergeant Tommy Cood, Sergeant Jeffrey Smith, Special Agent Robert Meyer, Sergeant William Bratigam, Correctional Officer Juan Llanes, Sergeant Grace Bellamy, Lieutenant Michael Boot, Special Agent Laura Ann Schwartzenberger, Special Agent Daniel Alphin, Detention Officer Robert Perez, Deputy Sheriff Jack Gwynns, Agent Juan Rosado Lopez, Patrolman Darian Girat, Detective Pedro Mejia, Officer Cesar Cibogona, Deputy Sheriff Ross Dixon, Officer Vicky James, Investigator Eddie Hutchinson, Chief of Police Timothy Sheehan, Deputy Sheriff Donald Gilreath, Police Officer Mitchell Penton, Officer Guerrero Guanero, Corrections Officer Taiwio Oble, Major Esteban Ramirez, Deputy Constable Manuel Felipe de Rosa, Sergeant Richard Brown, Deputy Sheriff Michael Maligi, Police Officer Horatio Dominguez, Lieutenant Eugene Lasco, Officer Jason Lagor, Patrol Officer Troy Morin, Officer Carlos Mendoza, Deputy Sheriff Thomas Albanese, Reserve Deputy Constable Martinez Mitchum, Police Officer Dominic Winham, Captain Justin Bedwell, Police Officer Jose Anzora, Corrections Officer Tracy Adams, Officer Crispin San Jose, Officer Jesse Madsen, Sergeant Barry Henderson, Deputy Sheriff Stanley Burdick, Police Officer Gary Hibbs, Patrol Agent Alejandro Flores Benuelos, Police Officer Kevin Valencia, Sergeant LaShonda Owens, Police Officer Matt North, Police Officer Eric Talley, Chief of Police Fred Postovitz, Corrections Officer Robert McFarland, Senior Master Trooper Todd Hannikin, Corporal Kyle Davis, Trooper Joseph Gallagher, Sergeant Shane Owens, Reserve Deputy Sheriff James Driver, Trooper Chad Walker, Officer Luis Hernandez, Officer William Evans, Lieutenant James Kowski, Officer Brent Hall, Deputy Sheriff Joseph Gore, Deputy Sheriff Christopher Knight, Sergeant James Smith, Deputy Sheriff Thomas Barnes, Deputy Sheriff Carlos Hernandez, Border Patrol Agent Christopher Simpkins, Detention Deputy Mark Anderson, Officer Jimmy Garcia, Officer David Parday, Deputy Sheriff Terry Dyer, Deputy Sheriff Alexander Goods, Officer Anastasio Sykos, Corporal Keith Heacock, Sergeant Chris Ward, Deputy Sheriff Logan Fox, Officer Christopher Farr, Detective Luca Benedetti, Deputy Sheriff Samuel Leonard, Deputy Sheriff Stephen Jones, Officer Jimmy Inn. And I would also be remiss if I didn't mention our K-9 officers that also gave their life in the line of duty. K-9 Figo, K-9 Riley, K-9 Luna, K-9 Joker, K-9 Cosmo, and K-9 Django. Please join me in a moment of silence to remember these heroes. Thank you. As you can see, that's a pretty lengthy list. And I hope that even though I may have mispronounced some of their names, that their families seek comfort in knowing that their names will forever be remembered. Again, these are just some of the heroes that we have lost this year. It's May, and this list takes up 4 pages of paper. May we always remember their names and recognize their service in keeping law and order for our communities. To the brave men and women who we just named, rest easy, we've got the watch. At this time, I would like to recognize a good friend and sheriff of the great city, Jacksonville, and the great state of Florida. For the purposes of today, I would like to yield for as much time as he may consume, Sheriff Rutherford.
Thank you. Thank you, and I deeply appreciate your having read all those names. That is a promise that we make to these officers, and Congresswoman Kamak, I really congratulate you on that, and thank you so much for this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, this morning as I was laying a wreath at the National Law Enforcement Memorial, couldn't help but remember that this week, National Police Week, is really about promises made and promises kept. Although these 22,000 plus officers whose names appear at the National Memorial, although they all died in different ways, they all lived for the same purpose. They made this promise that, quote, as a law enforcement officer, my fundamental duty is to serve mankind, to safeguard lives and property, to protect the innocent against deception, the weak against oppression or intimidation, and the peaceful against violence and disorder, and to respect the constitutional rights of all men to liberty, equality, and justice. Mr. Speaker, that's the first paragraph of the Law Enforcement Officers' Code of Ethics. That's a promise made by every law enforcement officer in the United States. That promise is kept every day when they put on that uniform and they go out to protect the peaceful against violence and disorder. Last year in 2020, 394 of those officers gave their last full measure of devotion to the communities they served after having taken that oath. They kept their promise. And during this National Police Memorial Week, we will keep our promise. Our promise to them that we will never forget their names and that of their families. Every year at this time, we pause to remember their lives. Mr. Speaker, not just their deaths and the way they died, but the way they lived. And this morning I couldn't help but think of the words of Ralph Waldo Emerson as I thought about these officers. And he wrote that the purpose in life is not to be happy. It's to be useful, to be compassionate, to be honorable, and to have it make some difference that you lived, and that you lived well. Those 22,000 names, more than 22,000 names, that are on those memorial walls over there, those men and women lived well. Their names will never be forgotten. Their names are on the wall at the National Law Enforcement Memorial, 113 of them from my district. Just this year, we will add another 394 names to that memorial wall. These officers kept their promises. And tonight, at the National Memorial, the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial, we will keep our promise and remember their names. God bless and keep these officers and their families who are the survivors. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Thank you to my good friend, Sheriff in Jacksonville, Mr. Rutherford. At this time, Mr. Speaker, I would like to invite a true friend to law enforcement, fellow Floridian and veteran, Representative Franklin, for as much time as he may consume.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today during National Police Week when America joins our law enforcement community to honor our fallen officers. Sadly, our police force faces unprecedented attack. Last year, 264 enforcement officers were killed in the line of duty, nearly double the amount from 2019. And in only 1 year in all of American history, 1930, were there more law enforcement deaths. Despite these staggering losses, some in this body are seeking to defund the police, diminishing their ability to protect and defend our communities and themselves. While we must be ever vigilant to root out the bad apples, we cannot forget the overwhelming majority who put themselves in harm's way every day and serve with honor and integrity. I'm grateful for the efforts of the excellent law enforcement officials in my district. I stand with these incredible sheriffs and chiefs and the officers they lead, and I thank them for their service on behalf of the citizens of Florida. Thank you, and I yield back.
At this time, and thank you to the gentleman from Florida. At this time, I would like to invite my good friend from the great state of Louisiana, Representative Higgins, also a law enforcement officer and great patriot and friend, for as much time as he may consume.
I thank the gentlelady, my friend and colleague. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, to be a police officer, it's not something we do. It's someone that we are. I was a military police officer in the Army and went on to serve for 12 years as a uniformed police officer, 12 years SWAT operator. I buried far too many brothers. And there's a time in every man's heart where we have to make a decision what we're going to do with our life. That day, that week, that month, with our families, with our career, with our life. And as I reflect upon my career as a police officer prior to my congressional service, I think about the 8.5 years of night shift and the exchange that my wife and I would have every evening as she returned from work and I was preparing to leave. She would have my little meal prepared, a little brown bag to take with me, and she would say, "Be safe, come home to me," and I would say, "Don't worry about me, worry about the other guy." Every police officer has a little exchange like that with their loved one before they begin their shift, because we don't know if we're coming home. We recognize that the life we've chosen to serve our fellow man is an effort somehow to become better men ourselves. It's an effort to serve a Lord that we're not quite worthy of. I've trained or helped train many officers through the years, and they would ask me sometimes about this section of the manual or that section of the manual, and I would always tell them the same. Your manual is 1,483 pages. Seek to be a better man, do the right thing, and you'll be worthy of the job and career that you've chosen. Forget that, and you will not. We are human. We've failed and fallen in some way, every one of us. This can be said as well about the members of this body. We wear a small pin upon our lapel that identifies us as congressmen and congresswomen. We're proud to serve and humbled to serve, and we do our best every day to be worthy of that service. And this job began with an oath. Imperfect though we be, variant though we be in our ideological perspective or our political affiliation, we do our best every day. Well, there are 1 million police officers across this country that don't have a little lapel pin. They wear a badge like this. And the mourning band upon that badge is in memory of the brothers and sisters of the Thin Blue Line that we've lost. It used to be a rare thing to find your mourning band and put it on your badge. Now, these days, you can't get it off. Police officers out there know what I'm talking about. So I would say, Mr. Speaker, in closing, that the journey that we're upon in this life is a chosen path that all of us embrace. For better or for worse, we attempt to become better men and women, better children of God. Police officers are no different. I ask you to hear my heart, feel my spirit. The men and women that wear a badge deserve your respect, your love, and your support. And in this special time, this week, we memorialize forever those that we've lost that wear the badge. I thank the good lady for allowing me to address the House this day. I extend my love to the Thin Blue Line, and I thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield.
Thank you to my good friend from the great state of Louisiana. At this time, I would like to recognize another great friend of law enforcement who knows truly what it is to be a man of the law. My friend and sheriff, former sheriff of Fort Bend County, Texas, Representative Nels.
Thank you, Kat. Mr. Speaker, as a 30-year law enforcement veteran, I have seen the very best of our law enforcement officers. Brave, brave men and women who put their lives on the line each and every day to protect and serve our communities. I've seen law enforcement officers jump into floodwaters to save a pet, run into a fiery crash to save an unconscious victim, resuscitate and save the life of a criminal who just tried to shoot and kill them. I've also seen the dangers of serving in law enforcement. Hundreds of law enforcement officers are killed every year in the line of duty across our country. In 2021, 394 names of law enforcement officers killed in the line of duty were added to the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial right here in Washington, D.C. And 59, yes, 59 of those brave men and women were from my home state of Texas. How many people in this chamber or watching at home can name any of the officers who died in the line of duty this year? I would say a very small percentage, if any at all. But how many know the name of George Floyd or Freddie Gray or Breonna Taylor? I would say the vast majority. What does that say about our media? What does it say about our culture? I think it's a testament to just how divided our country is today. A time where some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle actually believe defunding or abolishing the police is a good idea. My friends, it is not rocket science to conclude that our society is built on rule of law and it requires law enforcement. Rather than recognize the bravery and service of the over 800,000 law enforcement officers in this country who do their job honorably, the far left has sought to demonize and defund our law enforcement based off the actions of a few who have failed to uphold their oath. Their hateful rhetoric has led to violence and destruction in cities across our country, and we saw it in Seattle, Minneapolis, Portland. City blocks burned, businesses destroyed, and lives ruined forever. And when faced with this violence in the streets, the far left doubled down on their hateful anti-law enforcement rhetoric and encouraged even more destruction. It may come to a surprise to many, but there are over 10 million, yes, 10 million arrests in our country every year. Most Americans never hear a word about the millions of arrests that happen without incident. And why is that? Because it doesn't sell headlines. It doesn't sell headlines, and it doesn't fit the left narrative. Darian Jarrett of New Mexico, Chris Ward of North Carolina, James Smith of Iowa, and Chad Walker from the great state of Texas. Know their names? I'm sure you don't, because their death didn't fit the left's narrative or sell headlines. All four of them were murdered in the line of duty for just trying to protect their communities. Are their years of service or sacrifice not worthy of remembrance or recognition? The media doesn't seem to think so. But the Republican Party, we stand with law enforcement, we support law enforcement, we celebrate law enforcement, we are the party of law enforcement. That's why I'm proud to stand here today as a 30-year law enforcement veteran during National Police Week to say to all my brothers and sisters in blue, we got your back. I yield back.
Thank you to our sheriff from the great state of Texas. I appreciate your remarks, and thank you for your service, not just to Fort Bend, but to the great state of Texas and our country. Thank you. At this time, I would like to recognize my good friend from the wonderful state of Iowa, who may be the smallest in stature in our conference, but has the biggest heart. And at this time, I would like to recognize Representative Miller Meeks for as much time as she may consume.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my good friend from Florida, Representative Kammack, the spouse of an incredible first responder, for yielding me time to speak this evening. This week is National Police Week, and it's excellent time to say thank you to the heroic men and women who put their lives at risk every day to keep us safe. These officers and their families have sacrificed so much to serve others that we must be doing more to keep them safe, well-funded, and supported. This past year has been challenging for all of us, but our police officers have been hit especially hard. Imagine what we have gone through with the pandemic, but being a police officer and first responder during these difficult times. Many of my colleagues have called to reform, defund, and even abolish police departments. While I do believe that our policing system is in need of serious bipartisan and common sense reforms, I will never support defunding or abolishing the police. Those calling for defunding or abolishment of the police as serious policy are flat out wrong. Our communities need police to stay safe, they must be fully funded, and they deserve our respect and gratitude. Defunding or abolishing the police would make our communities less secure and more vulnerable to criminal activity, putting all of our families at risk. We must produce constructive ways to reform and improve our policing system, not strip departments of critical funding for training, equipment, community engagement programs, and body cameras. To reform our police system, we should focus on real solutions like empowering police chiefs to fire bad cops and improving police training and accountability in line with best practices, similar to the reforms I proudly supported as a state senator in Iowa. And earlier today, I signed on as a co-sponsor to the bipartisan Defund Cities That Defund the Police Act, introduced by Representatives Fitzpatrick, Golden, Stauber, and Lamb. This piece of legislation would prevent jurisdictions that defund the police from receiving certain federal grants, stopping specific federal taxpayer dollars from bankrolling jurisdictions that intentionally make their communities less safe. Under this legislation, any jurisdiction that chooses to defund the police is choosing to defund themselves of federal assistance. Municipalities around the country that wish to defund or abolish the police will only harm their communities. America does not need to defund or abolish the police. We need to fund and support law enforcement. It's interesting to me and ironic that here I am in this building as a U.S. Congresswoman, and my first tour of this building and the White House was my brother, who was a Secret Service agent in this city. We especially need to honor our fallen police officers, including Iowa State Patrol Officer Jim Smith, U.S. Capitol Police Officers Sicknick, Evans, Liebengood, Green, and Smith. And we also need to honor the self-sacrifice of Officer Goodman. Police officers are true public servants and protectors of our community who deserve our respect and appreciation. I am proud to back the Blue this week and every week. Thank you, Congresswoman Kamek, for your fierce advocacy for our police officers and for organizing tonight's special order. I yield back my time.
Thank you to my great colleague and friend from the state of Iowa. Mr. Speaker, during this National Police Week, we have highlighted many officers who have met the call of duty with courage and unmatched service. Two such officers I would like to highlight today are from my district. In the great little tiny town of High Springs, Sergeant Gary Moore and Officer Mayuli Nodars. On April 28th, these two officers of the High Springs Police Department responded to a call about suspicious activity. Upon arriving on scene, they observed a suspect standing in the bathroom of a house with a knife and a victim yelling for help. After these two officers gave multiple commands, they forced entry into the bathroom and found the armed suspect, who was uncooperative. Based on their training and experience, they were able to disarm the suspect. Everyone on scene lived to see another day, thanks to the work and quick thinking of these officers. For their bravery and professionalism, they have been awarded the Medal of Valor. I thank these two officers for their quick thinking and decisive action. They show us what proper training and a well-funded police force can do to keep our communities safe. And as I stand here today, I know my husband is watching on shift from the station. So a quick hello to my husband, Matt, and thank you. I also would like to thank my colleagues for joining me here today. And a big thank you to every officer who gets up every day, puts on their vest, puts on their badge, walks out that door, not knowing if they will make it home at the end of their shift. To the families, thank you for your service alongside our men and women in uniform. And as we have listed the names here today of those that we have lost this year, rest easy, know that we have the watch. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
One more time. The gentlewoman yields back. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4th, 2021, the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Pocan, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the subject of this special order.
Without objection.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Today's special order hour is not just about the violence that has occurred in the last week in Israel and Palestine. It's not about the activities of the last month, including the displacement of Palestinian families in Sheikh Jarrah that have been largely overlooked in this region. But in many ways, it's about what's happened over the last year, the last decade, the last several decades that has dehumanized and violated the human rights of too many people in this important region. No one should have to face the reality of missiles shot at them. Hamas is causing great danger to the very people it purports to want to protect in Gaza by doing so. And those missile attacks should be condemned. But that doesn't make it a both sides issue. We must acknowledge and condemn the disproportionate discrimination and treatment that Palestinians face versus others in this region. No one should suffer the loss of life, liberty, or dignity that the Palestinian people have suffered under the Netanyahu and previous administrations in Israel during the 50-year occupation of the West Bank. When serious human rights abuses compound, such as the recent attacks on places of worship like the Al-Aqsa Mosque, the forced removal of people from their homes, most recently in East Jerusalem, but ongoing in the West Bank for way too long, the jailing and military court trials for Palestinian children, the dehumanization of the lives of the Palestinians by having roads and entrances that are separate for some people, which all too often looks like a former South Africa. The blockade and open-air prison conditions for the people in Gaza, where food and clean water is often scarce. When those types of human rights abuses occur, we're not just putting the lives of Palestinians and Israelis at risk, but we're also putting the United States at greater jeopardy. And eventually, that could mean the lives of men and women from the United States getting involved in a greater escalation of violence in the region, which none of us want to see. Today, we want to talk about the very long-term problems that have been for too long ignored by U.S. policies in the region. Fortunately, now more and more members of Congress are wanting to address peace in this region in a more forthright way. As human rights giant South African Desmond Tutu said, "If you are neutral in situations of injustice, you have chosen the side of the oppressor." We must treat everyone in Israel and Palestine with equal respect and dignity. That's the U.S. policy that we are speaking out for. I am pleased to be joined by a number of my colleagues tonight who have taken leadership positions in talking about peace in the Middle East for all people. And I would like to now yield 5 minutes to my colleague from Michigan, the first Palestinian American to serve in Congress, Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib.
Thank you so much, Mark. I'm actually, I believe, the second. But I am the only Palestinian American member of Congress now, and my mere existence has disrupted the status quo. I am so personal for me. I am a reminder to colleagues that Palestinians do indeed exist, that we are human, that we are allowed to dream. We are mothers, daughters, granddaughters. We are justice seekers and are unapologetically about our fight against oppressions of all forms. And colleagues, Palestinians aren't going anywhere no matter how much money you send to Israel's apartheid government. If we are to make good on our promises to support equal human rights for all, it is our duty to end the apartheid system that for decades has subjected Palestinians to inhumane treatment and racism. Reducing Palestinians to live in utter fear and terror of losing a child, being indefinitely detained or killed because of who they are, and the unequal rights and protections they have under Israeli law. It must end. One of Israel's most prominent human rights organizations, B'Tselem, has declared Israel an apartheid state. Human Rights Watch recently recognized it too. This is what Palestinians living under Israel's oppression have been telling us for decades. I have been told by some of my colleagues who dispute the truth about segregation, racism, and violence in Israel towards Palestinians that I need to know the history. What they mean, unintentionally or not, is that Palestinians do not have
the right to tell the truth about what happened to them during the founding of Israel. They are, in effect, they erase the truth about ethnic cleansing of Palestinians in Israel, that some refer to as the Nakba, our catastrophe. As Palestinians talk about our history, know that many of my black neighbors, indigenous communities, may not know what we mean by Nakba, but they do understand what it means to be killed, expelled from your home, land, made homeless, and stripped of your human rights. My ancestors and current family in Palestine deserve the world to hear their history without obstruction. They have a right to be able to explain to the world that they are still suffering, still being dispossessed, still being killed as the world watches and does nothing. As Peter Beinart, an American of Jewish faith, writes, quote, "When you tell a people to forget its past, you are not proposing peace. You are proposing extinction. The Palestinian story is that of being made a refugee on the lands you called home. We cannot have an honest conversation about U.S. military support for the Israeli government today without acknowledging that for Palestinians, the catastrophe of displacement and dehumanization in their homeland has been ongoing since 1948. To read the statements from President Biden, Secretary Blinken, General Austin, and leaders of both parties, you'd hardly know Palestinians existed at all. There has been no recognition of the attack on Palestinian families being ripped from their homes in East Jerusalem right now, or home demolitions. No mention of children being detained or murdered. No recognition of a sustained campaign of harassment and terror by Israeli police against worshipers, kneeling down and praying and celebrating their holiest days in one of their holiest places. No mention of Al-Aqsa being surrounded by violence, tear gas, smoke, while people pray. Can my colleagues imagine if it was their place of worship filled with tear gas? Could you pray as stun grenades were tossed into your holiest place? Above all, there has been absolutely no recognition of Palestinian humanity. If our own State Department can't even bring itself to acknowledge the killing of Palestinian children is wrong, well, I will say it for the millions of Americans who stand with me against the killing of innocent children, no matter their ethnicity or faith. I weep for all the lives lost under the unbearable status quo, every single one, no matter their faith, their background. We all deserve freedom, liberty, peace, and justice, and it should never be denied because of our faith or ethnic background. No child, Palestinian or Israeli, whoever they are, should ever have to worry that death will rain from the sky. How many of my colleagues are willing to say the same, to stand for Palestinian human rights as they do for Israelis? There is a crushing dehumanization to how we talk about this terrible violence. The New York Post reported the Palestinian death roll toll as Israeli casualties. ABC says that Israelis are, quote, killed, while Palestinians simply, quote, die, as if by magic, as if they were never human to begin with. Help me understand the math. How many Palestinians have to die for their lives to matter? Life under apartheid strips Palestinians of their human dignity. How would you feel if you had to go through dehumanizing checkpoints 2 blocks from your own home to go to the doctor or travel across your own land? How would you feel if you had to do it while pregnant in the scorching heat as soldiers with guns controlled your freedom? How would you feel it if you lived in Gaza, where your power and water might be out for days or weeks at a time, where you were cut off from the outside world by inhumane military blockade? Meanwhile, Palestinians' rights to nonviolent resistance have been curtailed and even criminalized. Our party leaders have spoken forcefully against BDS, calling its proponents anti-Semitic, despite the same tactics being critical to ending the South African apartheid mere decades ago. What we are telling Palestinians fighting apartheid is the same thing being told to my black neighbors and Americans throughout that are fighting against police brutality here. There is no form of acceptable resistance to state violence. As long as the message from Washington is that our military support for Israel is unconditional, Netanyahu's extremism, right-wing government will continue to expand settlements, continue to demolish homes, and continue to make the prospects for peace impossible. 330 of my own colleagues, and Democrats and Republicans here, 75% of the body here, signed a letter pledging that Israel shall never be made to comply with basic human rights laws that other countries that receive our military aid must observe. You know, when I see the images and videos of destruction and death in Palestine, all I hear are the children screaming from pure fear and terror. I want to read something a mother named Iman in Gaza wrote 2 days ago. She said, quote, "Tonight I put the kids to sleep in our bedroom so that when we die together. And no one would live to mourn the loss of another one." The statement broke me a little more because of my country's policies and funding will deny this mother's right to see children live, her own children live without fear and to grow old without painful trauma and violence. We must condition aid to Israel on compliance with international human rights and end the apartheid. We must, with no hesitation, demand that our country recognize the unconditional support of Israel has enabled the erasure of Palestinian life and the denial of the rights of millions of refugees and emboldens the apartheid policies that Human Rights Watch has detailed thoroughly in their recent report. I stand before you not only as a Congresswoman for the beautiful 13 District Strong, but also as a proud daughter of Palestinian immigrants and the granddaughter of a loving Palestinian grandmother living in the occupied Palestine. You take that and you combine it with the fact that I was raised in one of the most beautiful, blackest cities in America, a city where movements for civil rights and social justice are birthed, the city of Detroit. So I can't stand here. I can't stand silent when injustice exists, where the truth is obscured. If there's one thing Detroit instilled in this Palestinian girl from Southwest, it's you always speak truth to power even if your voice shakes. The freedom of Palestinians is connected to the fight against oppression all over the world. Lastly, to my city in Palestine, Ashanik, Anawak Hannah, I stand here because of you. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you very much, Representative Tlaib, for your very personal words about the situation in Palestine. Next, I would like to yield 5 minutes to my colleague, the Pride of Minnesota, Representative Ilhan Omar.
Thank you, Congressman Mark Pocan. And I want to extend my gratitude to Marie Newman for helping lead this important discussion. And I want to thank all of the members who are here who showed up in solidarity. Mr. Speaker, as someone who has experienced war firsthand, I have deep understanding of the suffering that comes along with it. As a child, I lived through a violent civil war that destroyed my home, ripped my family apart from each other, and killed many of my family and friends. I can still remember being just 8 years old, hiding under the bed, hearing bombs go off outside my window, and wondering if we were going to be hit next. It is trauma I will live with for the rest of my life. So I understand on a deeply human level the pain and the anguish families are feeling in Palestine and Israel at the moment, and the helplessness people feel here in the United States who have family in the region, including many of my constituents. And it is for this reason that I abhor violence. Whether rocket attacks or airstrikes, violence does nothing to make people more secure. It only furthers the interest of the powerful while costing lives, futures, and families. But we must speak out truthfully and forcefully about the seed of this conflict and about what is happening today. The truth is that this is not a conflict between two states. This is not a civil war. It is a conflict where one country, funded and supported by the United States government, continues an illegal military occupation over another group of people. This is not my description of it. This is the description of conservative Israeli leader Ariel Sharon, who in 2003 said, and I quote, "To hold 3.5 million Palestinians under occupation, in my opinion, is a very bad thing for us and for them. It is an occupation," he said. "You might not like this word, but it is really an occupation." To understand what is taking place at this moment, we must understand how it began. In 1948, 700,000 Palestinians were forcibly removed and uprooted from their homes in what has come to be known as the Nakba, or the catastrophe. 78% of their land was taken from them. Now consider that. 78% of their land was taken from them. Since then, 5.6 million Palestinians have been continually displaced from their homes in one of the largest and longest-lasting refugee crises in human history. For decades, the United States, the United Nations, and many Israelis and Palestinians have pushed for a Palestinian state in which the Palestinians can enjoy the same rights afforded to their Israeli counterparts. But in the past several years, that hope has increasingly slipped away. The Israeli government, under far-right ethno-nationalist leader Benjamin Netanyahu, has legally razed Palestinian ancestral homes, leveled entire neighborhoods, and violently suppressed any resistance. This is all to make way for illegal Israeli settlement outposts designed to displace Palestinians from their homes and prevent a future Palestinian state. Since 1993, when the first Oslo Peace Accord was signed, illegal settlements have increased by nearly 400,000. And Netanyahu has made explicit his goal to annex much of the West Bank, home to over 3 million Palestinians. On top of that, Palestinian movement, speech, and economic activity are severely limited. Palestinians are not allowed to leave the Gaza Strip except in extreme cases. Medical shortage are rampant, and youth unemployment was already 40% before the pandemic hit. People who protest, including young children, are routinely shot by the IDF soldiers, often killed with no consequence in Israeli courts. As a recent report by Human Rights Watch detailed, This can only be described as an apartheid, all of which brings us to the current crisis. This week, Israeli authorities were planning more forced displacement in Sheikh Jarrah, a Palestinian neighborhood in East Jerusalem, home to Palestinian refugees who had already been displaced. On Thursday, settlers began harassing and attacking Palestinians who were breaking their Ramadan fast doing a protest vigil in Sheikh Jarrah. The deputy mayor of Jerusalem joined to mock Palestinians, saying to one protester, and I quote, "Did they take the bullet out of your ass? It is a pity it didn't go here," pointing to his head. Then, on the last Friday of the holy month of Ramadan, Israeli military forces stormed Al-Aqsa Mosque, one of the holiest sites in Islam, firing stun grenades, tear gas, and rubber bullets. Over 300 people were injured, 200 of them were hospitalized. What happened next is well known. Hamas fired rockets into Israel, which has taken the lives of 6 Israelis. And the Israeli military launched airstrikes into Gaza, targeting civilian buildings, which have already killed 69 people, including 16 children. Let me be clear. Every single death in this conflict is a tragedy. Every rocket and bomb that targets civilians is a war crime. I feel the pain of every child who's forced to hide under their beds because they fear for their life, and every parent who deals with that anguish. And I wish we as a nation treated that pain equally. But right now, we are not. And instead of condemning blatant crimes against humanity and human rights abuses, many members of Congress have instead fallen back on a blanketed statement defending Israel's airstrikes against civilians under the guise of self-defense, without even a mention of the children getting killed, much less what happened at Al-Aqsa or in Sheikh Jarrah. When the 15-member United Nations Security Council proposed a resolution this week calling on the Israeli government to cease settlement activities, demolition, and eviction, and urging general restraint, the United States reportedly blocked it from happening. We are currently blocking the United Nations Security Council from calling on ceasefire. And to this day, we as members of Congress have not had yet a hearing or a briefing on this conflict, or gotten answers on whether our weaponry or money is being used to commit human rights abuses. So I must ask, when we defend Israeli citizens' right to peace and security, how can we at the same time ignore the 5 million Palestinians living under occupation? When we say that Israel has the right to self-defense, how can we ignore the home demolitions, settlement violence, and forced annexation of Palestinian land that is happening? And how can we say they themselves do not have the right to defend themselves? How can we pay lip service to a Palestinian state, yet do absolutely nothing to make that state a reality while the Israeli government we fund tries to make it impossible? I will end with this. Today is Eid, the final day of Ramadan, one of the joyous days in the Muslim calendar. And while I would rather be spending it with my family, I know there are families who are mourning the death of their children because of this. And I owe it to them to speak out on their behalf. So I am here today to stand for our common humanity, to say that every child deserves a life free of violence and oppression. Every child deserves advocates for their humanity, for their safety, and for their security. And it should not be controversial to say the same for Palestinian children. Eid Mubarak. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you very much, Representative Omar, for those words. As we speak, it was just announced a little while ago that the Israeli military was going into Gaza. It's not clear if it's going after rocket attacks or Hamas leaders or what is happening, but that's happening at this very moment. The next person I'd like to yield to is someone who is a senior member, a very powerful member of this Congress, the person who is the chair of the Defense Subcommittee on the Appropriations Committee, and a lifelong advocate for equality for Palestinians and Israelis, Representative Betty McCollum.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague, Mr. Pocan, for his kind remarks and for being one of the organizers for tonight's special order. Tonight, I'm here to condemn violence. I'm here to speak out in support of human rights, political rights, and peace. For days, Hamas and extremists in Gaza have been firing rockets into Israel that have caused death, destruction, and fear among Israeli citizens. I condemn Hamas's actions. These attacks must stop. For 45 years, Israel has been enforcing a brutal military occupation in the West Bank that has terrorized Palestinian families. And I condemn Israel's occupation of Palestine. Israel's occupation must end. What we are witnessing in Israel, East Jerusalem, Gaza, and the West Bank, they're the bitter fruits of discrimination that has empowered Jewish extremists and Palestinian extremists. People seeking justice, equality, and peace and opportunity are sidelined, they're silenced, and they're dismissed. We are witnessing the all too familiar cycle of violence between Israel and Hamas. And today, we are witnessing Israeli cities at war. Israeli citizens are attacking each other. Israeli citizens who are Jewish and Palestinian are fighting each other. Adding to this hatred, the Israel nation-state law and other structural policies of discrimination that treat Palestinians as second-class citizens. Now, I want to be clear. Israel has the right to have their security, and it must be able to defend itself against rockets. But Palestinians have universally recognized human rights, rights that are not recognized under Israeli military occupation. Palestinians have become people without a nation. Palestinians have no government to defend them when they seek justice when their children are abused or tortured by Israel military security forces. Palestinian families cannot defend themselves when Israeli bulldozers destroy their homes and turn their lands over to Jewish settlers. Israel is an ally of the United States, and Congress supports Israel by providing military aid. And I vote for that aid package. The Iron Dome missile defense system that's stopping Hamas rockets is funded out of the Defense Appropriations Subcommittee, which I chair. And I support funding for Iron Dome, and it will be in the bill that I write this year. However, Congress sends $3.8 billion to Israel in the form of military aid to be unrestricted and unconditioned, no limits. Proponents of this unrestricted aid to Israel wrote to the Appropriations Committee, and I quote from their letter, "U.S. support of Israel makes the region safer and bolsters diplomatic efforts at achieving negotiated two-state solution, resulting in peace and prosperity for both Israelis and Palestinians." To those who support that statement, here are the facts. There are no diplomatic efforts to achieve a two-state solution. The Prime Minister of Israel has repeatedly stated he is committed to annexing Palestinian lands. There is no peace for Palestinians in East Jerusalem or the West Bank. There is an Israel military occupation that abuses and tortures Palestinian children, demolishes Palestinian homes, and steals Palestinian land. The unrestricted, unconditioned $3.8 billion in annual U.S. military aid it gives a green light to Israel's occupation of Palestine because there is no accountability and there is no oversight by Congress. This must change. Not $1 of U.S. aid to Israel should go towards the military detention of Palestinian children, the annexation of Palestinian lands, or the destruction of Palestinian homes. I support everyone's universal human rights, including Palestinian rights, to live in freedom, to live with equality, with security, with opportunity. I want peace for the people of Israel and the people of Palestine, and I'm willing to do my part to work for justice. Rockets fired from Gaza must stop. The eviction of Palestinian families from East Jerusalem must stop. The burning of synagogues and Arab businesses must stop. And the right-wing extremists that chant, "Burn the Arabs," well, that must stop too. There is enough hate, there is enough blame to go around. And this conflict will not end until there's responsible leadership on both sides. Peace will not take root until the United States stands up for human rights and security for all people. And that includes human rights and security for the Palestinian people. The Biden administration must work for peace and direct some tough love to the Israeli government and to the Palestinian Authority. End the violence, end the discrimination, end the occupation. Israel deserves security, and Palestinians deserve self-determination and freedom. And tonight, no child should go to bed under the constant fear of violence. We should all want every Israeli, every Palestinian child to live with peace, opportunity, hope for the future. And that's what I'm working to achieve with my colleagues. So I thank you, and I yield back to Congressman Pocan.
Thank you very much, Representative McCollum, for those words. May I inquire how much time we have remaining?
Gentleman has 26 minutes remaining.
Okay, thank you. I would like to yield 4 minutes to my colleague from the state of Massachusetts, Ms. Ayanna Pressley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize the deep trauma and loss of life perpetuated by systems of oppression here in the United States and globally. Many times I've stood at this dais and affirmed that our destinies are tied. That was clear when protesters took to the streets in the face of police murders, seeking to build a nation where Black lives matter. That was clear when our democracy and our lives were put at risk by violent white supremacists who shattered glass and broke doors while wearing anti-Semitic phrases on their chests, carrying the Confederate flag, erecting a noose on the West Lawn. That was clear when students protesting to end poverty and oppression in the streets of Bogota were shot dead. That was clear when families kneeling during this holy month at the third holiest site in Islam were met with tear gas, rubber bullets, and hand grenades. Our destinies are tied. As a Black woman in America, I am no stranger to police brutality and state-sanctioned violence. We have been criminalized for the very way we show up in the world. Last summer, when Black Lives Matter protesters took to the streets to demand justice, they were met with force. They faced tear gas, rubber bullets, and a militarized police, just as our Palestinian brothers and sisters are facing in Jerusalem today. Palestinians are being told the same thing as Black folks in America. There is no acceptable form of resistance. We are bearing witness to egregious human rights violations. The pain, trauma, and terror that Palestinians are facing is not just the result of this week's escalation, but the consequence of years of military occupation. In Sheikh Jarrah, the Israeli government is violently dispossessing yet another neighborhood of Palestinian families from homes they have lived in for decades. We cannot stand idly and complicitly by and allow the occupation and oppression of the Palestinian people to continue. We cannot remain silent when our government sends $3.8 billion of military aid to Israel that is used to demolish Palestinian homes, imprison Palestinian children, and displace Palestinian families. A budget is a reflection of our values. I'm committed to ensuring that our government does not fund state violence in any form, anywhere. Many say that conditioning aid is not a phrase that I should utter here, but let me be clear. No matter the context, American government dollars always come with conditions. The question at hand is, should our taxpayer dollars create conditions for justice, healing, and repair? Or should those dollars create conditions for oppression and apartheid? Now, while I hold space for the storied history and unique lived experiences on the ground globally, there is a through line here. And whether we are talking about the militarization of our communities or weapons of war, the question is the same. If our budgets are a statement of our values, what do we value? Whose lives do we value? We have seen footage of Israeli and Palestinian children huddled fearfully while rockets blanket their homeland. No child should live in fear. No child should grow up in the midst of a conflict that robs them of a childhood, and Palestinian children do not have the same protections afforded to them. Without the U.S. exerting pressure on Israel to de-escalate, the explosive situation in Jerusalem is igniting further violence, not just in the city, but beyond. It is clear there is a grave asymmetry of power here. Palestinians do not have a sovereign state and the protections that come with it. Following forceful violence against the Palestinians simply seeking to remain in their family homes, militant groups in Gaza have launched rockets at Israeli cities, resulting in 7 deaths, including a child. In response, the Israeli military has launched severe attacks on Gaza, killing 83 people, 17 of whom are children. This is devastating. The destinies of the Israeli and Palestinian people are tied. Our outrage at the pain, violence, and oppression they face must be clear and unapologetic. Equal outrage for violence perpetrated against all people, and moral clarity when state-sanctioned violence is claiming the lives of innocent mothers, fathers, daughters, and sons. From Jerusalem to Boston, from Randolph to Gaza, from Colombia to Yemen, our destinies are tied, and everyone deserves to live free from fear and to know peace. Thank you, and I yield to the gentleman from Wisconsin.
Thank you very much for those remarks. I'm going to ask the rest of my colleagues if we can try to keep it to 3 to 4 minutes each. The good news is there are many people who are very passionate about human rights in the Middle East. The problem is we have an hour total, and I would appreciate that consideration. Next, it's a great honor to introduce a colleague of mine from New York, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
Thank you so much, Representative Pocan. And I think this has been a very difficult week for us as a global community, as communities that are concerned for human rights, all human rights, and in general, and in particular, the rights of Palestinians and Israelis alike that have been impacted by the fear and violence of this week. Now, what I think is, it's important is that I'll start with a story. As a little girl, my family comes from the island of Puerto Rico. And I grew up visiting my family on the island of Vieques and communities on the island of Vieques, where the United States bombed its own territories, its own communities. And I would go to sleep as a little girl to the sound of US bombs detonating. Practice is what it was called at the time, practice. And when I saw those airstrikes that are supported with US funds, I could not help but wonder if our communities were practice for this. This is our business because we are playing a role in it. And the United States must acknowledge its role in the injustice and human rights violations of Palestinians. This is not about both sides. This is about an imbalance of power. When I first got here in 2019, the Israeli government refused to admit 2 members of the United States Congress, Rashida Tlaib and Representative Ilhan Omar, into the country. Banned members of this very body because of who they were. said it was a sign of weakness. We have to have the courage to name our contributions. And sometimes I can't help but wonder if the reason we don't do that, if we're scared to stand up to the incarceration of children in Palestine, is because maybe it'll force us to confront the incarceration of children here on our border. If by standing up to the injustices there, it will prompt us to stand up to the injustices here. We have a responsibility. And if we have historically said and committed to a role as an honest broker, then we must fulfill that role. That means we have to be honest with ourselves, with what our aid supports. We have to be honest and ask ourselves questions like why we are using our veto power and the UN Security Council in preventing statements from being released about concerns for this violence alike. The President and many other figures this week stated that Israel has a right to self-defense, and this is a sentiment that is echoed across this body. But do Palestinians have a right to survive? Do we believe that? And if so, we have a responsibility to that as well. And with that, I yield back to the representative. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for those words. It is now my honor to yield 3 minutes to the representative from Missouri, Ms. Cori Bush.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. St. Louis and I rise today in solidarity with the Palestinian people and in memory of our brother, Bassem Masri, a Ferguson activist who was with us on the front lines of our uprising for justice following the police murder of Michael Brown Jr. Bassem was a St. Louis Palestinian. Bassem also lived in Jerusalem, Palestine. Bassem was one of us. He showed up ready. As a Palestinian, he was ready to resist, to rebel, to rise up with us as our St. Louis community mourned Mike Brown Jr.'s state-sanctioned murder and as we demanded an end to the militarized police occupation of our communities. Palestinians know what state violence, militarized policing, and occupation of their communities look like. And they've lived that reality of having to go through checkpoints while trying to live their lives. They know this reality and the reality of so much more. So when heavily militarized police forces showed up in Ferguson in 2014, Bassem and so many others of our St. Louis Palestinian community, our Palestinian siblings showed up too. I remember sitting in a circle on the grass near where Michael Brown Jr. was murdered, and I remember them describing to us what to do when militarized law enforcement shot us with rubber bullets or when they tear gassed us. I remember learning that the same equipment that they used to brutalize us is the same equipment that we send to the Israeli military to police and brutalize Palestinians. I remember Bassem putting his life on the line with us. I remember him live streaming for the whole world to see our struggle. I remember our solidarity, and I remember the harassment, the extortion, the brutalization he faced for resisting with us. That harassment, that extortion, that brutalization by a heavily armed militarized presence in our community, that's what we fund when our government sends our tax dollars to the Israeli military. St. Louis sent me here to save lives. Bassem's loved ones and his community, our St. Louis community, sent me here to save lives. So that means we oppose our money going to fund militarized policing, occupation, and systems of violent oppression and trauma. We are anti-war, we are anti-occupation, and we are anti-apartheid, period. If this body is looking for something productive to do with $3 million instead of funding a military that polices and kills Palestinians, I have some communities in St. Louis City and in St. Louis County where that money can go, where we desperately need investment, where we are hurting, where we need help. Let us prioritize funding there. prioritize funding life, not destruction. So today, we remember Bassem. We remember his resistance in the face of militarized police occupation as a St. Louis and a Palestinian. We lost him to a health crisis, but we remember his words today. Until all our children are safe, we will continue to fight for our rights in Palestine and in Ferguson. We stand with you in solidarity. Thank you.
Thank you. May I inquire on how much time we have left?
The gentleman has 13 minutes.
Great, thank you very much. I would like to yield 3 minutes to a great colleague and mentor of mine, Representative Jan Schakowsky from Illinois.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. I am horrified and saddened by the ongoing escalation of violence in Gaza and in Israel. We have now seen over 1,800 rockets being fired indiscriminately at Israel's citizens who are now fleeing for their lives. Yes, I believe that Israel does have a right to defend herself. Now 103 Palestinians and 7 Israelis are dead, including children. It is so painful, this cycle of violence that we see over and over again. Yes, I believe Israel does have the right to defend herself, but in the end, there are no winners. The United States can play a role. The Biden administration has dispatched the Deputy Assistant Secretary of State, his name is Hadi Amr, to Israel, and he is, his job is to deal with the situation in Israel and Palestine. And I am hopeful that we will see a de-escalation and a ceasefire. But a return to status quo is simply not enough. Earlier this week, prior to the attacks, I was deeply disturbed by the intentional and the intended evacuation of Palestinian families, some of whom have been in their homes for decades. The Biden administration, through its National Security Advisor, Jake Sullivan, has also conveyed its consternation, its concern about the evictions, and has called and has urged the administration to remain heavily involved to secure to address the root causes of this violence, including ongoing evictions, displacements, and occupation as it works to secure a ceasefire. The violence must end now, and we must work to enable dialogue that can lead to a just, safe, and secure future for both Israelis and Palestinians. And I yield back.
Thank you very much for those words, Representative Schakowsky. It is now my honor to yield 3 minutes to Representative Chuy Garcia from the state of Illinois.
Thank you, Representative Pocan, to members of the body. The occupation must end, and there must be a just solution for both peoples. We cannot keep turning a blind eye to the practices that rob people of their generational homes and detaining children. Israeli and Palestinian families want to raise their children in safety and in peace, and we've got to take firm diplomatic steps to support those goals. While the evictions in West Jerusalem and the hostilities around Al-Aqsa Mosque seem to have provoked the latest escalation and violence, we've got to take a hard look at how the situation has changed in recent years. The Biden administration must reverse Trump's detrimental actions and take steps to ensure that U.S. aid to Israel cannot be used for seizure or destruction of Palestinian homes. We've also got to continue humanitarian aid to Palestinian territories. The use of war-grade weapons and the killing of civilians must stop. I've always strongly supported a rights-based approach and a two-state solution to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. And the current situation makes it more crucial than ever that we pursue viable pathways toward equality, self-determination, and peace. I sincerely thank Mr. Pocan and the Progressive Caucus for putting this special hour together. I hope and pray that the death and self-destruction will end and that we may work on a peaceful solution centered on the humanity and the rights of all involved. I yield back to Representative Pocan.
Thank you very much for those words. It is now my honor to introduce from the state of Indiana, the extremely patient, because he's been here for nearly an hour waiting to speak, Representative Andre Carson.
Thank you, Congressman Pocan. You know, Mr. Speaker, I rise today in solidarity with the Palestinian people as they face grave injustices, violence, and certainly abuse. And I join the countless people around the world, Mr. Speaker, who are vehemently opposed to the planned forced evictions of Palestinians in Sheikh Jarrah and saddened by the escalating violence that threatens Israelis and Palestinians alike. We must condemn all forms of violence and mourn the loss of both Palestinian lives and Israeli lives. I stand here today as one of 3 Muslims serving in Congress on Eid Day, heartbroken to see the attacks on worshipers at the Al-Aqsa Mosque, one of the holiest sites of Islam and our holiest month of the year, by the Israeli government. For decades, Israel has violated international law and basic human rights through its systematic displacement of Palestinians. For too long, America has looked the other way as Israel has engaged in this horrific campaign against Palestinians. Now, Israel is our security partner. In fact, the U.S. alone gives Israel billions of dollars per year. But we must make sure that our taxpayer dollars are not being used to fund human rights violations. Enough is enough. America has a moral obligation to use our influence to protect the victims of human rights violations, including the Palestinian people. And we must work to strengthen our work to bring peace to this region. This is our moral responsibility to do the right thing. It's not about Jews versus Muslims or Israel versus its neighbors. It's about right versus wrong. And let me be clear, Israel's decade of forced displacement is wrong. That's why we're working hard in Congress to make things right. Our American government must enforce international law and our own foundational principles. And our allies, like Israel, must be held accountable for human rights violations. Now, we're going to keep working hard in Congress to pass much-needed legislation that achieves accountability, equality, and justice for all. America is great, powerful, probably the greatest nation in recorded history, but America's complex. It's a complicated work in progress. For centuries, she has engaged in and enabled the mistreatment of countless people. from the slavery enshrined in this Constitution against Africans to the taking of land from Native Americans or the shameful support of dictators beyond our shores. But today we face an inflection point, a reckoning of whether we will stand up for the values we claim to cherish or if we will turn a blind eye to repeated violations of human rights. We cannot turn our backs now. We must recognize that this is an international struggle and stick by the words of Dr. King when he said, "Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere." I'm thankful for Dr. King and for the long list of great Americans who have helped bend the arc of the moral universe toward justice. We stand on the shoulders and march in their footsteps as we advance their legacy and boldly stand up to protect the human rights of the Palestinian people. By working together, we can ensure that America uses her power for good in Palestine and around the world. Let's keep up this momentum. Let's help secure justice for the Palestinian people. Let's work for peace. Let's never give up. I yield back to Congressman Pocan.
Great. Thank you very much for your words. And finally, I know we're short on time. I'd like to yield to my colleague from Texas, Representative Joaquin Castro.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I rise today with grave concern about the ongoing violence in Israel and Palestine. The events of the last week and the deaths of so many Israeli and Palestinian civilians, including many children, are heartbreaking. My condolences to their families, and my thoughts are with those in Israel and Gaza who continue to live in fear. Rocket attacks by Hamas and other militant groups that intentionally target civilians are, of course, reprehensible, and I condemn them unequivocally. The escalation of violence is not in the interest of Israelis or Palestinians, but only extremists that thrive on conflict. The Biden administration needs to call on the Israeli government to agree to a ceasefire and put pressure on Hamas to do the same. I have consistently supported security assistance to Israel and voted to fund the Iron Dome, which is saving lives as we speak. Yet Israel's disproportionate response to Hamas's attacks, destroying entire buildings and public spaces, is exacerbating this horrible cycle of violence. These airstrikes, which have already resulted in the deaths of civilians and at least 38 women and children, must stop. We need a ceasefire now, and the United States must help bring one about. Beyond stopping the immediate violence, the United States must also urge Israel to support the creation of a Palestinian state, the only way to end this cycle of violence for good. The status quo of occupation and creeping de facto annexation is unjust and not sustainable. The forced eviction of Palestinian families in East Jerusalem are wrong. And it's not the first time that events like we saw last week in Sheikh Jarrah. Prime Minister Netanyahu's right-wing government, can I get 30 more seconds?
I think if you can squeeze it out because it's the end of our hour.
Sure.
And time has expired.
I'll just wrap up by saying that I hope and pray for peace. I want to thank my colleague, Rashida Tlaib. I think part of what's been missing in this Congress is hearing from Palestinian voices. I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. Okay. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4th, 2021, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Schweikert, for 30 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tonight I'm going to actually try to do something that's a little tricky, but I'm going to first sort of explain the theme, and then I'm going to sort of walk through some of the backup material. We understand right now our brothers and sisters on the left have, another $4.5 trillion of spending, maybe it's $5, in the pipeline. A couple major multi-spending of that, let's call it that $4.5 trillion over the next 10 years. They claim to have about $3 trillion in tax increases coming to pay for it. The reality, and I'll hopefully be able to do this over the next couple of weeks as we try to get more details and work through it line by line, it also requires that you hit every mark on the revenue raised, that all sorts of programs expire, which is really unlikely around here, and also certain spending expires. It's just not real. So our top of the napkin math right now is, at best over the 10 years, it's a couple $1 trillion of new revenues. Well, one of the set of revenues it's being discussed is, well, let's tax the wealthy. Okay. Except when you walk through the math there, let's raise capital gains tax, let's raise basis, let's raise individuals' income tax, and also then you add in, let's raise taxes on corporations. Fine. But we're already starting to see the data coming in saying just going to the 28% on the corporate tax rate is 1 million jobs over the next 24 months. Okay, so the Democrat Party wipes out 1 million jobs and takes, I think it was a little less, like 119 billion or something off just the GDP from those 2 years. And you start to lay out, that's just the corporate income tax. Now start to do the capital gains, which the beauty of capital gains is it's risk-taking. It's the type of investment that makes the working poor less poor. It's the type of investment that takes risk that makes us more productive. Because you all remember your high school economics class. What are the 2 ways a worker gets paid more? Inflation, which means you got paid more, but it didn't get you anything, or productivity. And without that risk capital, you lose that productivity investment. So, if the Democrats really intend to spend that much money and really intend to keep driving up the debt and deficits the way they are, I want to make a modest proposal of where they could find some offsets. And I'm shocked this isn't discussed more around here. Instead of marching in and saying, we're going to tax rich people, even though much of that money actually goes to create jobs and investment and economic growth and productivity growth for our brothers and sisters who are in the hard-working class, why don't we stop subsidizing the rich? I'm going to show a number of boards here today on how this government takes some of the very, very, very wealthiest in this country and, on one hand, says, pay the taxes. Oh, by the way, we're going to hand you back the cash. I'm going to show you one board where individuals with multi-million-dollar houses on the beach then get dramatically subsidized flood insurance from the federal general fund. And over and over and over. If this is the path the Democrats intend to go, could they consider cutting spending? Because cutting that spending would be much less distortionary, if that's an actual word, distorting the economy, because the taxes being discussed right now are going to hurt the economy, they're going to hurt working people, and they're going to really hurt the working poor. So if you need this much revenue, and our back-of-the-napkin math right now is about $1.4 trillion over the 10 years, in subsidies that could be cut for that very top fraction of income earners, wealth holders in the United States. So there's a place to get your revenue without creating the economic distortion being discussed right now. So let's first talk about the reality of where we are at as a people, as a society, as a country. How many actually right now know the latest numbers from CBO on how much trouble we're in just on Medicare? The 30-year window right now on Medicare is $71 trillion shortfall just in Medicare. Remember, in Medicare only it has, the A, the B, the C, the D, but the Part A, which is the hospital portion, is the only part we collect as part of your FICA tax. Everything else ultimately comes out of the general fund. And we always talk about Part B and Part D because Part C is the managed care portion. But if you look at the actual outlays of the program, and then you actually look at the interest cost, and you remove the Part A, the hospital portion, it's $71 trillion, and it's just Medicare. And this is, I'm just stunned more members of Congress don't actually understand this, are willing to tell their constituents the truth. That Medicare number represents 67% of the deficit debt shortfall over that 30 years. Once again, the Medicare shortfall is 67% of the debt we're going to be in 30 years. So we take that. Now let's add in Social Security. Social Security is actually in better shape. It functionally has only about a $28 trillion shortfall over the next 30 years. Because you reach in, you take the portion of the trust fund, and here's the trust fund portion. You see the green sliver? Then the rest are what we predict as incoming payroll taxes. Then here's the program's outlays, and then the interest on the shortfall. And so work with me. If Medicare is 71 trillion, Social Security is 28 trillion, right there you're at what, $99 trillion of the debt is driven by just Social Security and Medicare. Well, the good news is, if it's that, the rest of the budget over that 30-year window is actually only about $3 trillion short. So in a perverse way, the rest of the budget actually is, well, out of balance by only $3 trillion. It's pretty close to being in balance in the type of numbers we're using here in Washington today. So there should be just a fixation if this body actually cared about retirement security, cared about the future, cared about everyone from my 5-year-old daughter who's going to be paying these taxes to hopefully myself who will be receiving some of these benefits. We actually cared. There should be an absolute fixation on these numbers. Instead, there's a fixation here on spending more money. And spending money that we can show you actually is going to shrink the economy and unemploy a lot more Americans. As hopefully more trying to speak as an economist with some passion, if you actually look at post-tax reform, post some of the regulatory rationalization, some of the, and maybe some good luck, if you look at 2018, 2019, that should be the goal, to get back to what was happening in the economy in those years. Because if you take a look, after the tax reform, workers and were receiving substantially larger portion of the value of that tax reform. It was substantially a miracle, but I want to show you one of my favorite slides here. If you look at the number of Americans in 2018, 2019 that were in poverty, you do realize we had a couple of the lowest years, actually the lowest years in history of our brothers and sisters, our fellow Americans in poverty. If you look at the lines for African Americans, Hispanics, Anglos, this is supposed to be the goal. You do understand that we had the couple of years where income inequality dramatically shrank, and it didn't shrink because rich people were getting less rich. It shrank because poor people, particularly the working poor, were getting less poor, and fairly dramatically less poor. And here's actually maybe a perverse reason the left is fixated on wanting to, in one hand, raise the taxes on the wealthy, and on the other hand, hand them a bunch of subsidies. Well, there's also a very ugly political reason. When you hand people subsidies, who maybe they help your campaign, maybe they pay attention to you. But if you actually take a look at 2013 to 2016, see the orange bar here? That was the gain of wealth of the wealthy. The blue, the poorest portion of Americans. The income inequality gap under those Obama years actually grew dramatically. The rich did get richer. The poor did get poorer. When Republicans provided tax reform, when we actually cleaned up much of the regulatory system, you know what happened? The value of working people's labor went up fairly dramatically. And our brothers and sisters, who we refer to often as blue collar, the working poor, they actually got substantially wealthier. Their income, their labor became much more valuable. And the rich didn't even keep close. It was like 3 times the differential. So when someone tells you during the last administration, well, the rich were getting richer and the poor were getting poorer, they're lying to you. They're just not actually looking at the math. It turns out tax reform, regulatory reform, actually made the poor much less poor. It didn't shrink the pie. It actually made prosperity across the country. And then we hit this damn virus. So we look at the brilliance of what we've done in this last year, and you start to realize the economic violence we're committing on the poor. Actually, before we do this board, what are some of the things you can do to really crush the working poor in your country? Open up the borders. Make those who may not have finished high school, that what they sell is their talent and their labor. They may not have high skill sets. And for so long, that skill set didn't have enough value in this economy. And then in 2018 and 2019, we saw the working poor get dramatically less poor because their labor became much more valuable. When you open up the border, you flood the marketplace with those who compete with them with similar skill sets. You make the poor less poor. And we have lots of data. A couple of weeks ago, I actually showed some charts that showed one of the most vicious things, economic violence you can commit to the working poor, is having an open border. But what's the number 2 thing? It's what we've been hearing about the last couple days. When you see this type of inflation on gasoline, on commodity foods, on being able to put a roof over your head, the middle class, it hurts. The upper classes, they actually make money because they hold lots of assets. They're getting richer now. But if you're part of that working poor, that blue-collar working class that did so well in the previous couple years, they're getting their heads kicked in right now because we have pumped in so many dollars chasing so few goods. We're kicking the poor in their head. And it's the policies coming out of this place that are doing it to them. And yet, the third leg of how you make the poor less poor is work, that attachment to the value of their labor that businesses, concerns, others that need them, that help them raise their skill sets, that help them build their seniority. And yet we have a system right now, and you can see in this chart, where in much of the country, we're paying people more money to stay home than take the employment. And you do realize right now you may be a hero if you're a member of Congress and you've been voting to do this enhanced unemployment benefits. But in the future, when those things start to run out, and they've lost a year, 2 years of skills, of seniority, of moving up in the organization they are employed by, you explain to them why their lifetime wages have been crushed. And much of this, some of this, is also driven by the teachers' unions, playing games of not opening up. And do we understand the level of economic dislocation that these policies are going to give us, not this year, not next year, but maybe for the coming decade. So let's actually go back to my previous theme. We see that economic robustness, vitality, opportunity, economic growth is moral. If this place truly cares and claims they care about workers and the working poor, now we're about to do the next round of economic kick in the head by, well, we're going to call it taxing the wealthy, but we're also going to remove the very capital out of the markets that go to the investments that make us more productive, that make it so we can hire and pay people. And you already saw the one study, and I have it right over here in the chair, that says just the corporate tax hike will unemploy 1 million Americans in the first 24 months. So let's actually walk through and see how bold and how economically literate the left is around here. Here is National Flood Insurance Program. Well, it turns out that actually if you look at the chart over here, where much of the subsidized spending coming from the general fund, it's for the folks that are 165% of the mean income and up. And actually, we were trying to work out another chart that showed that it was actually some of the top 1, 2, 3% of income earners and wealth holders in the entire country were actually getting the substantial portion of the subsidized flood insurance. If you need more money to keep spending, maybe cut some of the spending where you are subsidizing the very people you're threatening to tax. It's a really creative, simple idea. Cut some spending. And you can cut the spending on the very people that you vilify so much. And look, a couple of these are uncomfortable, but it's still the math. If you look at some of the top wealth households in the nation, and you take a look at how much money will go to those individuals in everything from Social Security, Medicare, other types of programs, we really need to understand does it make sense to play this shell game of saying Democrats are going to raise the taxes on the rich, okay, but we're going to turn around and hand you all these benefits and hand you all these subsidies through the other hand. It's an irrational sort of washing machine of the money. So another one I'll give you is you take a number of the subsidies that go to agriculture and take the sliver that are the wealthiest holders of those agribusinesses. Guess where the substantial portion of the subsidies go? So on one hand, you're saying, we're going to tax you more, but we're going to turn around and hand you back the commodity subsidies. It's an irrational plan, once again, devoid of basic math and basic economics that the Democrats are proposing. And who knows, maybe it's great politics saying we're going to tax the rich. I mean, we see the polling. Many of the Republican base aren't particularly thrilled. We know the Democrat base vilifies them, even though that's where much of the left actually gets their money. But it's just bad economics. Do we want to step back into the days when, for great politics, we did things that truly crushed the workers, the working poor in this country, by making the economy smaller than it should be, slowing down economic growth, but slowing down also those investments that make us more productive, that make it so we can pay our brothers and sisters more. So my challenge to the left is, we've been working up the numbers now for a couple of weeks. Brian Riddell of the Manhattan Institute has a great article that's about to be published, walking through lots of these numbers. Take it for your consideration. Brian's number is about $1 trillion of subsidies that go to the rich. Our number is about $1.4 trillion over the 10 years that go to the rich. We've added in flood insurance and a couple other programs that we thought about. But the last part of this thought experiment you're telling me it's absolutely ethical that saying on one end, I want to tax these folks more, but oh, by the way, here's your subsidy to buy your electric car. Here's your subsidy to buy the solar panels. Here's your subsidy to have a multi-million-dollar house in a flood zone. Here's your subsidy. This is irrational economics. It's irrational policy. And the only reason a political party would continue to support it is they understand it's the shiny objects that gets used for additional political support. And that's a cynical, dark thing for our friends on the left to continue to do. So that's my thought experiment for this evening. We're going to try to add some more detail on these numbers over the coming weeks. And with that, Mr. Speaker, we'll yield back to you.
Gentleman yields back. Pursuant to Section 11B of House Resolution 188, the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.